we go.
Welcome in, everybody. This is, what's today? March the 11th? Yeah, it's March the 11th, 2021. It's Thursday. My name is Carey Holzman, and welcome back. I'm assuming you're coming back for more. What's wrong with you? All right, I wasn't planning on filming the rest of the updated long haul build, the 8-year build here. This is exactly as it was left yesterday, except I disconnected the power supply and the USB dongle for the keyboard and mouse, but otherwise it's exactly the same as it was. The Thermaltake power supply that was brand new and was bad, created an RMA for that earlier today, and I will expect a reply from Thermaltake to authorize that RMA hopefully tomorrow. The power supply, I'll show it to you in case you didn't watch yesterday's show. It's over here. I've got it all boxed back up to send back to them. I bought this in November of 2020, and this is the first chance I've had to open it, so it's beyond the return period to send it back to Amazon. But I paid $33.25. That's why I bought it. I bought 2 of these for $33.25 each. It's almost not worth sending back. It's probably going to cost me half of that in postage to return it to Thermaltake. This is why I shouldn't have bought it. It's an 80+ white 500 watt power supply from Thermaltake, and I've had good experience with Thermaltake. I haven't used a lot of them, but the ones I have used have been really good power supplies. So for 33 bucks, thought I'd order a couple, and I'm glad I only ordered a couple and not 10, because this is the first one of the 2. And granted, the box has damage. This may not be all Thermaltake's fault. It could be the third-party seller on Amazon didn't pack it correctly, or for all I know, this is how they received it. I don't know. But it'll be Thermaltake's problem now. I don't know what the warranty on these is. I imagine it's a year, but I honestly don't know. For 33 bucks, I'm not expecting too much. And if, oh, it says 5-year warranty right on the cover. It's a 5-year warranty for $33. Well, look, this was a big mistake, because on the 8-year build here, don't go cheap on your power supply. If you're spending under $50 on your power supply, don't buy it. That's just going to be my rule now. I mean, if you want to build something quality, don't ruin it with something cheap. And this was an error in judgment on my part. However, like I said, it just could be damage from shipping, but nonetheless, I don't see that from other power supply, like those NZXTs or EVGA power supplies. So I'm going to stick with the EVGA 550 watt, also 80+ white certified. These sell for $50 or $60. So I do think you get what you pay for, and it certainly explains it. If this would have gone off, right, if this would have worked like it was supposed to, if this would have all gone off without a hitch, I wouldn't have looked up how much I paid for this. I assumed I paid about $50 or $60. But when I looked it up, because you have to provide a PDF of the receipt to Thermaltake, that's when I discovered how cheap they were. But I'm glad I didn't order 10 of them. I'm just going to say that. What sucks is they want the serial number, and this whole big code. You see this code right here? All of this is the serial number that you have to, I mean, are you kidding me? You have to type all that into the RMA form for the serial number, and then the product number is different on the box and the power supply than it is on the website. In other words, the model number says on the box, it says right down here, it's an SPD-0500P. But on Thermaltake's website, there is no such model number. There is a PS-SP, 500, and then there's a W, and then another 500 that says W. Or I don't know. Like one said like WUS, so I'm like, all right, that must be for the US. But nothing on their website product numbers matched any product number on the power supply or the box. So Thermaltake's return process it kind of sucks. The fact that there's absolutely no reason they should need anything more than, say, the last 6 digits of that product code, serial number, the serial number. And any product number written on the box and written on the unit should be what I'm selecting on the website. If there's any discrepancy there, how is the end user supposed to do that? I just happen to think, well, maybe it starts with PS or PSU, right? Because it's power supply. Even though it doesn't here, it does on the website. And the product list there's like 75, 80 things to choose from, something like that. So that's a big disappointment. But at the same time, what do you expect for 33 bucks, right? So right now, my opinion of Thermaltake, especially since I did that black helicopter case, which was a nightmare for cable management and offered no breathing area for the bottom of the power supply, my recommendation is stay away from their products. Understand you're taking a risk with Thermaltake that you're not going to take with other brands like Corsair, EVGA, and NZXT and Seasonic when it comes to power supplies. When it comes to cases, again, Thermaltake seems to have this weird design element that they don't think power supplies need to breathe or that fans should be up. And that's a real problem if you don't have a fan with a protected, a power supply with a protected fan. And by that I mean, when I unboxed that power supply yesterday live on camera, the screw fell out of it. And it fell out from the grill area of the power supply. And so if you have that fan area facing up towards the motherboard and you drop something as you're working on the board, you drop a screw, it'll go into the power supply. So you'll notice on Thermaltake's high-end power supplies that are intended to go into their cases, where the fans are on the power supplies, they have they're blocked off. That prevents any screw or item from falling inside. It's not like it's wide open like on this power supply here. This one's not too crazy, but something could fall into these holes. This fan is pulling air into the power supply. And ideally, on most computer cases, as you're about to see, because I'm going to finish this build, this fan is going to face down. It's going to suck air in like a vacuum cleaner from the bottom of the case. That's why it's important the bottom of your computer has a little space between it and the floor or the carpeting. You don't want the carpet up against the bottom of the case or you suffocate your power supply. It's going to run hot. I see we're struggling a little bit with our upload bandwidth here. I was hoping this wasn't going to happen today. Hang in there for a minute. I'm going to try and fix this. Yeah, it's all over the map, isn't it? Hang in there. There might be a slight disconnect. You may have to refresh. I'm going to try switching this network over. We're going to be back, I hope, in working, and we should be working well now. I apologize for that little bump in service here. We got 206 people watching. Welcome in, everybody. A couple of contributions have already come in. Planet Cryos with a $5 contribution says, hello, Carey and friends. Hey, welcome in. Good to see you, my friend. Go Shadow with $2 says, I got a USB barcode reader for those numbers. Oh, believe me, I was thinking, I bet you there's like a barcode reader you could buy. Just go beep and it would type it all in for you, because those barcodes literally stand for letters and numbers that are printed below them in that instance. But I'm not going to buy one just for that. I mean, honestly, the amount of time it took me to type it in was less than the amount of time it would take me to go to Amazon, find it, and click the order button. But, if I had one sitting on a shelf, I guess I'd use it. But again, even just to get up, go get it, plug it in, and scan it, it's just one barcode. So, but yeah, if you got one, smoke them if you got them, right? So I want to finish up today's build. I was going to originally do this off camera so I didn't get distracted with all the squirrels. So bear with me as I try to focus on doing this as though you're not here. There's not a whole lot to see in this process because either I'm going to be blocking the view with my back, or I'll be working towards the camera and blocking the view this way. Because I don't have anybody here to operate the camera, it sits in one position. And so we just deal with it. And that's why I don't normally film stuff like this. But I thought, well, let's do something different. I've got just a Ziploc bag, and I'm going to put all of the remaining parts for the air cooler, the Noctua cooler, in this bag. So they're all together, but separate from everything else, including the documentation. But the documentation in the bag, I know what's in the bag. If the customer says, what's this bag for? There's a Go Faster badge. I'll put that in the motherboard box. These are the AMD brackets if they ever want to switch it out. And then this blister maker, I'm not going to put in the Ziploc bag because it'll tear a hole in it. So this will go into the motherboard box. The CPU cover will go into the motherboard box. The documentation for the SSD and the CPU with the Go Faster sticker, that's going to go into the motherboard box. And then we're going to use one of these SATA cables when we install the DVD drive, and then the extra SATA cable goes into the motherboard box. That's right. All right, so all that is going in the motherboard box. Yesterday, if you watched yesterday's video, you saw that we assembled all of this, installed Windows 10 on it, updated it, even updated the BIOS through Windows. Normally I would do, once the motherboard is assembled, I would normally go ahead and put it into the case, but I left it out of the case because I think it's more interesting on video. Normally, if I was not on video, I would have installed it into the case and installed Windows 10 and did all the other work I did to it while it's in the case, because it's a safer way to work on things, electronics. So with that little disclaimer out of the way, I'm going to move things aside here. And we'll bring the case up and prep the case for install. I've just run out of room here. Set that there. I really like the Corsair 200R case. I think it's a timeless case. It's never going to look old or outdated. It's sort of timeless. And I like that it still has the front ports available as an option. You don't have to use them if you don't want them, but at least you have that option. I like that you have options for fans. I never use them. It's nice to know they're there if you want them. It's fully expandable for full ATX, micro ATX, or mini ATX motherboards. All fit in here equally well. And it will hold up to 4 hard drives that are 3.5 inches and up to 4 2.5-inch hard drives or solid state drives, none of which requires a drive sled or drive rails or screws. Now, why every case manufactured since then doesn't have this ingenious toolless design, it baffles my mind. Why manufacturers would knowingly and willingly sell you a case that requires drive sleds, drive rails, or specialty screws. Just like we witnessed on Mitch's birthday build, that Leon Lee case that's 7 years old, nobody knows where the screws are for the 2.5-inch drive area that it has. Why couldn't they being Leon Lee, why couldn't they have designed it just like Corsair here with a toolless design so the drives just snap in place? Luckily, we have a viewer named Tom in Tucson reached out, said he had the same case. He's not going to use the screws and washers that are required for proper install of a 2.5-inch drive, and offered to send them to Mitch. And I said, yes, please, and thank you. And he's going to get those out in the mail. And he's just in Tucson, so I'll probably have them by Wednesday for sure, because that's when I go get the mail from Studio A. And then, yeah, I'll give those to Mitch when I see him next. I'm sure he'll appreciate that, because Mitch is thinking of adding a 2.5-inch solid state drive to that little mini ITX build we did with the Leon Lee TU100 case. He doesn't know when he wants to do it, but at some point. And so I know he'll put those screws away. But this is what customers do. They just lose the screws, they'll lose the drive rails, they'll lose the sleds. It's stuff that gets lost or it gets broken. So why use them? It's just an inconvenience to the customer. All right, I'm gonna try and focus on my work. It's just a bag of black computer case screws. I buy these off Amazon. I think you get like 50 black computer case screws for $6 or $7, and 50 are going to last me a very long time. I also get the black thumb screws that I just took out. Those are also pretty standard across a lot of cases. And so I get a bag just like this with those. Because I misplace them like anybody else. And rather than tear the house apart trying to find one thumb screw, I'll just pull it out of the bag. And then one day when I'm walking barefoot through the kitchen, I'll step on it and find it. That's usually how that works. So I'm just going to secure the power supply right now. I like to tighten down the power supply a little bit more than the standard setting on the screwdriver's got a clutch. I set it just 3. It's pretty mild, which is great for all the electronic components. But for the power supply, metal to metal, and it's heavy, I want to make sure it's in there tight so it doesn't shake free. Let's get that DVD drive put in. That's real easy. You just pop out this cover. I'll put the cover in the box, the motherboard box, in case the customer ever pulls the DVD drive out. These DVD drives that I link to in Amazon, if you read the reviews, a lot of people order these. They don't know what they're ordering. They think it's going to come in a retail box. They think it's going to come with instructions. The reason this sells for less money is because it doesn't have a retail box or instructions. It's meant to be sold in bulk to people that are building 50, 60, 70 computers. Do you need 50, 60, 70 boxes and duplicate sets of instructions? So they can save some money, Asus can save some money by not paying for that stuff and then pass the savings on to you. So it comes in a plastic bag. That's how it comes. That's all there is to it. There's no cables. There's no instructions. And if you don't like that, don't buy that. Spend more for a retail box version. But you'll read some of the Amazon reviews. They're like, oh, they sold me something used. No, they didn't. You didn't know what you were buying. So anyway, that's in there now. And then the little box down here contains the screws and hardware needed to mount the motherboard and other drives and such. But these are industry standard screws. Unlike, my complaint about drive rails and drive sleds, those are never standard. It's however the manufacturer decides to do it. And the screws the Lian Li needs for securing a 2.5-inch drive the way you're supposed to is a screw with a shoulder that then has a rubber washer that goes over that, and it kind of sits down into the grooves cut out in the aluminum on the bottom of the Lian Li case. It's just a really stupid design. Lian Li, again, this is 7 years ago, but they really need to get with the times. Again, this case, this is a more than 7-year-old design. They haven't changed it over the years. You know why? How can you possibly improve it? There's nothing to improve here. And there's no competition for this case. We have 2 USB 3.0s. Pay attention to those cheap cases you're buying. How many USBs do you have up front? 1 USB 3 and 1 USB 2? Well, congratulations. It's consuming 4 USB slots and only giving you 2. You saved a lot of money there, didn't you? So this has a proper 2 full USB 3.0s up at the front. Now there's no USB 3.2. You know, it doesn't have the Type-C. However, I don't really have any customers that need that. I've yet to have a request for that. And we can always put an add-in card or buy a motherboard that supports that in the back. What else? It's a solid case design that has no competition. It's on Amazon right now for $59.99. That's a hell of a deal. It's a case strong enough you could probably stand on it. I don't advise you to. It's a little thin up here. And it's not good for liquid cooling. There's not much room for a liquid cooler on here. Maybe something in the back, but that's maybe 140 millimeter in the back is about all you could do. But it's not for that. This is a great business case or average consumer case. No different than what Dell would sell, except there's a lot of room to work in here. It doesn't run hot at all. And look how upgradable it is. We have up to 3 external devices, 4 mechanical 3.5-inch drives, 4 2.5-inch drives for a total of 8 storage devices. And, not the best cable management, but at least it allows for some, which is more than I can say for that Leon Lee case. So this is also less money than that Leon Lee case, and you get a lot more case for the money. All right, so that's why I like it. That's why you're going to see this case a lot on my channel. There's no peer. It has no competition. If you look at what you can get for $60, nothing compares to this. Usually where you're going to pay, where you're going to pay if you find a case for $60, it's not going to hold 8 drives. They're not going to be toolless. They're going to require sleds or rails. And they often do not have 2 USB 3s up front. And that's a big, big problem because you always have to use the connector that you're plugging into your motherboard that goes to the USB 3. That's 2 USB plugs. So if they're only giving you 1 USB plug, where's the other one going? You've lost it. You don't get it. It's there, but without a plug. Therefore, it might as well not exist. This is a very inexpensive motherboard, so it's going to have a pretty inexpensive I/O shield. And again, for most people, that's just fine. Nobody's really looking back here. I do really prefer it when the I/O shield is already built onto the motherboard, but you're going to have to spend another $100 to get to that level. It's not that important. It's just done once. So that's in there. Lay the case flat, like so. Bring this up here. Pick this up by the heatsink. Again, this is why I don't have to wear an anti-static strap, because I'm not touching any of the electronics or circuit boards. You'll never see me touch the electronics or circuit boards. You can watch any of my videos. It's so automatic in my behavior, I don't even think about it. It's just become a habit. And I'm very confident that if you look at any of my past videos over the last, since I started this channel in 2008, you will consistently see I always hold all parts the same way, and that's by the edges, or in the case of a motherboard, by the heatsink, or by, like, if I'm taking it out of the bag, I grab the edge and the top of like a heatsink on the VRM or the top of the I/O. Watch, it's those details that make a good tech a great tech, in my opinion. And you better believe if I'm interviewing somebody and I want to watch how they work, I'm going to be watching for that. I want to make sure I don't have any tabs that are going to poke down. This motherboard looks like the I/O shield does not have any of those to worry about. That's another plus in my book. So I want to line up those ports, push it forward. And it should seat if I line it up correctly. My rear case fan power cable was preventing the motherboard from going all the way in. This is why you don't use force. If it doesn't go in easily, you're doing something wrong. Now I just felt it sit in there into the center I/O post. Gosh, I'm getting kind of a word salad. Can't even say that right. The center post in the case for mounting the motherboard, you can't put a screw in it. It's got a post. And so that allows you to have the motherboard held into position. When it's seated correctly, the center motherboard mounting hole goes over that post, and then the board sits flush onto the standoffs that are pre-installed on the Corsair 200R case, which is also another benefit a lot of cases lack, and that is they give you a bag of standoffs and say put those in wherever you need them. Corsair has them pre-installed in the standard ATX mounting positions that are, industry defined. And so when you see me build with like these Gigabyte boards, you never ever see me move those standoffs around because they're already in the right place. And it's critical because if there's a standoff underneath the board where there's no mounting hole, it causes a short circuit across the back of the board where it's touching, and you can fry your board. So now it looks like, unfortunately, Gigabyte is continuing, even with the 400 series of boards, to add an additional mounting hole that the industry overall doesn't use. Now, it may be an industry standard location, but the industry doesn't put it into practice except Gigabyte. So just like the H370, we have this extra mounting hole that we don't have a place to screw down because the case manufacturer, and no case manufacturer that I have worked on has a standoff or a hole for a standoff in the motherboard tray for that mounting position. The only people I know that make a case that has that standoff in that location is Gigabyte. Yeah, Gigabyte makes cases. If you're following along at home, you won't be able to put a screw in that hole. That's fine, just ignore it. Wouldn't normally tell you that. Now, I have these little plastic standoffs. I think I have them in here. Back in the 90s when we used to install motherboards, they used to use these little plastic standoffs, and like one screw would hold the board in, and the standoffs slotted the motherboard into place with what are like keyholes on the motherboard tray at the back of the case. And in here, do I not have it? This is not important. Let me just stress to you, if I have one, I'll use it. But if I don't have one, it doesn't change the world at all. And if you don't know what I'm referring to, watch any of my older build videos featuring the H370 HD3 motherboard, and you'll see I have a bunch of those little plastic standoffs. Ah, I have one. Haha. I gotta make a note to myself to get more of these. Here, let me take a picture with my phone, and that'll remind me what I need to do. Okay. So next time I go back, what I do, this is what they look like. Like I said, in the 90s, if you were building computers like me in the 90s, you use these. These went into all the mounting holes on the motherboard except for, there was one or two that a screw would go into. And this little tab, it would slot in like the way the back of a picture looks to hang it on like a, if you pounded a needle in the wall, it would slide in to like a wide area and then it would get narrow and lock. Well, that's the way motherboard trays were designed on cases. What I do is I just cut the little nub off at the end of it here. So it becomes this little flat table. And so when I plug this into the mounting hole, see if I can hold it so you can see it. If I plug that into the mounting hole that doesn't have a standoff position in the case, This will keep the motherboard from warping over time and drooping. However, this is so close to the center mounting hole where the post is coming up, it doesn't really matter. This is not necessary. This is truly a situation that I have these and I have no use for them, and this makes me feel good that I'm recycling. If I didn't have this here today, I would just ignore that hole. And if you're building and following along with me, I don't want you to think you did something wrong. It's an unusual mounting position. So I'm going to take the board back out and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. On a standard ATX motherboard, which is what this is based on its size, you will have 2 or 3 mounting holes across the bottom, the middle, and the top. And usually whatever you have at the top, you also have in the middle and the bottom. So up at the top, if we look up here, there's a mounting hole here and here. So there should be one directly below. It's right here, and one below that. There's one right here by the RAM, right here in the middle, right here at the bottom. And if the board was a little longer, there'd be one over here, and again here and up here. That would be standard ATX as well. But this one, nobody uses this except Gigabyte, to the best of my knowledge. So what I do is I take this little plastic standoff and I just punch it in there. See? And that's just going to let the board support that board. But like I said, because there's already a screw there, and there, it's not like over time this is going to droop and hit anyway. There's no reason for Gigabyte to have included that mounting hole. It creates confusion for first-time builders or newbies who don't understand what they're supposed to do with that. Now the Corsair case that we're using, the $200, has standoffs already pre-installed, as I mentioned, and they go all the way beyond the length of this board, because as I mentioned, an ATX board could have 3 screws across or mounting holes across the top, middle, and bottom. And so we're going to have 3 extra standoffs that are extended beyond the width of this motherboard. Just ignore those. Don't take them out. Don't try to take them out. They're not meant to come out. And if you ever change your board in the future to a larger physical size board, you're ready for it, as long as you keep the screws that are in that cardboard box. All right, now I can try and put this back in again. And I got to watch the fan power cable here. I don't want it to get underneath the board. And then I just want to check, see these I/O ports are not coming through the holes. They're almost flush with the holes. So this board isn't in straight. I'm going to lift it up off of that post, back it back out, rearrange it so that I can feel these coming through. And then I push it forward and it seats down. Now that looks better. Let me just walk around and take one more look. Make sure nothing is blocking anything. Yeah, these in particular are going to be your giveaway. They need to stick out. Let me see if I can zoom in on that and show you what I'm talking about. Okay, this is your audio here. You see how they stick out? All 6 need to stick out. They should not be flush with the I/O shield. They should be coming through it, all 6 of them. And then check all these slots and make sure nothing is blocking the holes. This is your chance to easily correct that before you screw the board down. Ooh, I get all serious. This is a lot of fun. Simple mistakes are super easy to avoid if you just know what to look for. That's all. So in the motherboard box, I'm going to go ahead and put all of our extra stuff. The customers always get the motherboard box, and I'm going to need a power cable for that power supply. I better do that now while I'm thinking about it. I know I've got some laying around here. somewhere. I should have a brand new power cable. What do I do with it? I have so many power cables, and I cannot find one when I need one. Let's see. What do I do with it? Geez, I got another power supply back here without a power cable. So I know I've got the power cables. These are brand new power supplies. I had taken them out of the box for hooking up to something momentarily. And that's how it got separated from its power cable. I think what I'm going to do... I'm going to cross that bridge later. Since I'm live, you don't need me looking around for the next 20 minutes. I'll make a note to myself to find the power cable. Because, you know, that's a real showstopper for the customer. Here's your computer. I've gone through all the benefit and work of assembling everything, testing everything, configuring everything, activating everything, carefully packaging and shipping it to the right address with confirmation and insurance. Customer gets it. They're so excited. They open the box. They hook everything up and go, where's the power cable? It's never ever happened to me. More than a dozen times. Okay, we got some zip ties that Corsair gives us. We've got some fan screws, which look like these really long, skinny ones are for a front case fan. Don't need those. These are short, coarse threaded screws are for other case fans, like on the side panel. There's 2 additional standoffs in case you have a motherboard that has more mounting holes than what is standard and common, which we don't need any of those on this build, but the customer will get all these. They'll go in the motherboard box. What we're left with are some fine threaded, very short screws and some coarse threaded, very short screws. The fine threaded screws are used if you want to secure either a 2.5-inch drive or the DVD drive. We can put 1 screw on each side. You don't have to do it. But if you're shipping this or you're going to move it around a lot, putting the screws in ensures it won't slip out from the toolless holder. I've never had one slip out before, but I've got the screws. I'll use them. Why not? So I'll take 2 of these fine threaded screws. Actually, I'll just take 1. I can't lift the case up yet because I haven't secured the board, and the board will fall out. So I got a little distracted with these fine threaded screws, but there's a single place to put 1 screw into this DVD drive on each side. So since this side is exposed, I'll just lock that in now. As for the motherboard, we have 2 of those mounting holes we're already using. We're using the center one as the post that's holding the board in position, and then the one I just put the plastic standoff in. And that leaves 2 on the bottom, 2 on the top, and 1 left in the middle. That's a total of 5. Didn't know there was going to be math. The number of the mounting screws shall be 5. Thou shalt not use 4, nor shalt thou use 6. 7 is way out. Right out. All right, so I got 5. Again, there's not a whole lot for you to see here, but I'm just going to go to these mounting holes. It doesn't matter which ones you start with. I don't recommend you tighten them down all the way, which I just did, because you may need to move the board a little bit. You may need to just kind of wiggle it a little bit to get the mounting holes and the standoffs underneath to line up. But when you do this, as many times as I have done it, you just don't care anymore. No, that's not what I mean. You get cocky and overconfident, and when I say you, I mean me. And you speak in the third person as though you're talking about somebody else. That's what you do. And sometimes you just might get away with it. And it looks like today is my lucky day. Look at me go. Okay. That's what she looks like. Now that I have access to the other side, I can get the other fine threaded screw. You a fine threaded screw. And we're going to put that here on the other side. Cables are dragging everything across the desk. Be aware of that. This is going to go right there. Do you like my screwdriver? It's the Milwaukee M4. In early Jedi knighthood, before the invention of the lightsaber, the Milwaukee M4 was used in the Jedi Alliance to establish droid repairs that assisted the Republic with the... This screwdriver, this is the best electronic screwdriver for this kind of work, in my opinion, that you can buy for any amount of money. It sells on Amazon for $139. It includes one battery, the charger, and the driver unit. I add this 6-inch Phillips number 2-bit and this magnetizer made of neodymium. It's a rare earth magnet that's in here, and so it keeps this thing super magnetically charged. But if it gets in the way, I can just take it off. But anyway, yeah, neodymium. It's a magnet. It's a really strong magnet. Don't make me say it. Anyway, it's got a clutch. See, I can turn this. It's got numbers on the clutch. Lower the number, the more gentle it's going to be. It's got fast full speed here, slow speed. It's like 400 RPM versus 600 RPM. This is not a drill. With a drill, when you squeeze the trigger, the drill goes faster or slower depending on how much you squeeze the trigger. This is not a drill. This is a driver. It's on or it's off. There is no squeezing the trigger to establish control of the speed. You can buy drill bits for it that have the hex shank on the end. Just plug it right in and use it like a drill. You certainly can. This doesn't have the power of a drill. But one of the clutch settings is the picture of a drill bit, implying that there is no clutch setting at that point. Now it's just the full power of the motor regardless. This is really not for assembling furniture. The battery is a lithium-ion battery, and the way I use it, it's about once every 3 months I need to charge it. If you use it more or less, you'll charge it more or less often. Your mileage may vary. It bends into the gun shape, and it has a lock if you want to turn it mechanically without the motor spinning on you or damaging the motor. It's got a 5-year warranty, I think. 3 or 5-year warranty. I already had one go bad right on the 12th month of ownership, and I thought, oh, that figures. But then when I looked it up, Milwaukee said, oh, no, it's got like a 3-year or 5-year warranty. So all I had to do was fill out an RMA form online at Milwaukee. I didn't have to talk to anybody. And they have you remove any bits. So you take your bit off, you take your battery out, and you just send this back to them. And then they sent me a brand new retail boxed handle. I took my battery, I took my bit, and I was back in business. All I had to do was pay for the shipping back to them. They paid for the shipping to return the new unit to me, and we're back in business. See, so you might save some money and buy something cheaper, but you typically aren't going to get that kind of customer service with that length of warranty on cheaper stuff. Maybe you will. Good hunting. I I've reached a point in my life where I don't want to spend 3 hours on a 20-minute project, he said as he spent 3 hours on a 20-minute project. That's different. That's because we're hanging out and I'm talking. Talking to you is time well spent. That's not a waste of time. But when I'm here by myself and it's taking me 3 hours to do a 20-minute job because my driver broke and now I'm struggling with some other driver, or I have to turn things by hand, puts me in a sour mood. More sour than normal. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I'm going to take these thumb screws that came from the case panels. I'm going to throw these in the motherboard box so I don't lose them. See? It's not OCD. It's putting crap back where it belongs is what it's called. Then I don't have to tear the house apart trying to figure out where the hell those screws went, which is why I have a spare bag of the screws. Now I just need some spare power supply cables. I have a ton of them back at the house. What are you going to do? All right, so the motherboard's mounted. DVD drive is mounted. We can run some of these cables now. I can remove the wire tie here from the front. We call them the front umbilicals. That's your front USB, your front power LED, power switch, reset switch, hard drive LED, USB, headphone out, and microphone input. All these things here on the front are cabled right here through these cables. A couple of contributions came in here. Let's see. David DeWitt with $5 says, I never see you with a cold drink in Studio B. Here's a donation towards a fridge to keep your Coke cold. I'll see what I can get for $5, but I appreciate it. It does add up. Larry Wood contributes $20. He says, thanks for being yourself. Well, I was trying to be you, but you told me to stop. I don't even know what that means. I'm in a mood. I'm gonna take this big 24-pin power cable. We're gonna run it out this hole just because we can, and it's gonna make it look prettier, and then we're gonna run it up through this hole. So then I can plug it in, and you can't see what I'm doing, because if you can see it, then I can't. But I'm gonna just plug that in onto this large 24-pin motherboard connector like I did yesterday when it was open and you could see it. See? See what I did there? You got it? Can you see it? Probably not. It's too dark. That's the problem with filming this. You're a glutton for punishment if you're watching this. Then there's the little 8-pin CPU connector, power connector, way up in that corner. And normally, you know, with the scythe cooler, the heatsink's so big I can't get to it once the motherboard's been installed. On the Noctua cooler, you can see I can get my tiny hand goes in there just fine. So you get the connector that says CPU on it, and we'll run that through the same hole here. And this is your opportunity to untangle anything that may be intertwined. Otherwise, when you do your cable management, it's going to suck for you. So by just taking an extra step now, we can then go into the back of this case, right up back here, go right up. Gonna have to wiggle it a little bit. And we're gonna pull that through. We'll pull the slack because I need all the slack I can get so I can turn the cable around and then push it onto the connector. Now, it is pitch black in there. I can't see nothing. You sure as heck ain't gonna be seeing nothing if I can't see nothing. So for the sake of speeding this along, I'm just gonna go ahead and say ah. I'm gonna just plug this in here real quick. Real quick like. I got to get a little intimate with the case. All right. Sorry you had to see that. So now we've plugged the connector right up here and the other one right here. I have checked my phone, and I have a phone call I have to return. And I might be on the phone a while. I don't know. I'm going to try not to be. However, I'm going to stop the video temporarily. I'm going to address this phone call, and I'm going to start the video up again. Thomas Backenstow contributes $20 and says, hello. Hey, thank you, Thomas. Yours, I'm finishing yours as soon as this is off the table. Yours is on the table. It's getting finished. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to film it. Even if it's midnight, I'm going to do that tonight. Ghost Shadow contributes $2. He says, have I ever tried cable management on a case from the 90s? We didn't really call it cable management. What we did is we tied up the cables so that they would not fall into the fan or bang against other parts when the case was moved or shipped. So it was just bundles of cables hanging, being zip tied up, but they were taut. But it wasn't anything to look at. It wasn't pretty. We also did that so as not to impede airflow. If you just had cables everywhere, there was kind of a rumor that it affected how cool your case would run. I did it because it made the computers easier to work on if all your cables were separately wire tied, zip tied into, like you say, you take your power cables and zip tie them together. You take your front port umbilicals, you zip tie them together. We didn't hide them, but we still zip tied them together. It made the system easier to work on when you didn't have to dig through all the cabling. But it wasn't done for looks. Well, I suppose it kind of was, but not really. Nobody really looked in the computer but the techs. The customers never looked in there, very rarely. So I'm going to I'm going to come back here in just a moment. John Lewis contributes $3. Thank you, John. Thanks for your support. And Ghost Shadow, again, thank you for the $2. He says, the case I just replaced was one of those. Yeah, well, those cases didn't have windows, so nobody saw inside of it. So, not the biggest deal in the world. Somehow, for the first 10 or 15 years of building computers, we somehow managed to survive without any sort of cable management the likes we know today. But we also weren't having case windows and showing off our internals because nobody gave a rat's behind. All right, so I'm going to come back. Like I said, I'm going to take this phone call, and then I'm going to come back live again. I'll call it part 3. I hope you guys will come back and join me. I'll see you all again here. Just give me half hour, hour. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. I am trying to see if this is still connected. Usually, after a couple of minutes of not streaming, YouTube forces the stream closed, but it looks like I'm able to continue without having to create another thumbnail and another title and another video. So it was a good phone call, and I'm glad I got that done. I was trying to get that done yesterday. So I got an email from Thomas Backenstow saying he can't have me ship the red and black computer until after the 22nd. So I guess I can relax a little bit, but I'd still like to get it done. But first I have to finish this one. So hopefully we're back. Everybody can still see and hear me. Obviously lost a lot of viewers there, 91 viewers. But hopefully folks will come back and join us. And I apologize for that interruption. As you know, that's pretty unusual. John Paul says, well, for first build, what do you think of a Gigabyte B365M DS3H, which is socket 1151, with an i5 9400? What are you going to use with for a cooler, power supply, and storage and RAM? So far, you're off to a good start there. Trollington says, I do think they give you a 10-minute bathroom break. Well, that's for humans. See Elliot Fleming in the chat room. Hey, Elliot, good to see you, friend. What's the cable on top of the other computer? That's a power cable. That is what I was looking for. A brand new, never unwound, perfect power cable. Thank you. Not even sure that's what you were referring to. This cable is a USB extension so that I can hook up the Stream Deck. The Stream Deck has a fairly short cable, and so this is just a USB extension cable, so I can have the streaming computer further away from the Stream Deck when I use it, which I don't think I've ever used the 6 button. I've got the 16 button one at home. I think it's 16 buttons. But I've not used this one yet. And in this little baggie has some screws in it that go to something. I don't know what they go to. I should have taken a Sharpie marker and wrote on the Ziploc bag. I suspect it has something to do with this case, but I don't know what. It'll turn up in something. Patrick Grissaw says, I told you, Uncle Carey, last chat. Unfortunately, the chat messages, they go by without me seeing them a lot of times. So sometimes you have to repeat yourself to get my attention. Other times people just vocalize nonsense and keep repeating it like I don't see it when I'm purposefully ignoring it. I realize you're going to have to exercise some judgment there. But I'm not surprised that somebody in the chat mentioned that cable. Thank you. John Powell continues with his first build. He's going to use an EVGA 500 watt 80 plus power supply, Corsair Vengeance LPX 16 gigs RAM, good. A Western Digital 500 gig hard drive and a Western Digital Blue SN550 NVMe internal solid state drive. I hope both of those drives are solid state because their sizes are small. Unless that's all one drive, since they're both Western Digital. The Corsair Carbide Series 100R, I mean, if you can get the 200R, it's a much easier case to work on. I did one video with a 100R and you'll never see it again. It really upset me. It was so difficult to work on. And I don't think there's any cost savings there. If there is, it's negligible. On the other hand, if you really want the 100R, just be prepared. Your cable management and the limitations of that case will exist that don't exist with the 200R. The 200R has its own limitations, but if you want to even limit it further, you go to the 100R. I think if you search Carey Holzman and 100R on YouTube, it should pull that video up and you can hear all of my complaints about it as I worked on it. And then that would explain why you've never seen it again. Just that one video, that one time, never again. Patrick says he's just teasing. See, I can't tell. I can't tell when somebody's teasing. You got to put a winky face or something. I don't know. John says it's just one drive. Okay, yeah, you know, the Western Digital 500 Blue is okay. Nothing wrong with it. Obviously, you really don't see me use those drives because I don't think they're a good value for the money. I think you're better with ADATA or even Sabrent, or Samsung has become very affordable as well, as SanDisk and Crucial. Crucial has some pretty good drives out there, and they're all pretty much within the same price. I would avoid the Western Digital drive only because it doesn't have very good manufacturer-based software support, the way the Samsung Magician is, you know, really puts it head and shoulders above the competitors with regards to things like making firmware updates available to your attention and easy to implement, and maintaining the drive and drive status at all times, including providing Samsung has their own NVMe driver. The Intel 660p, the 665p, or the 670p are my budget NVMe drives. I just don't use them. Come back alive. This is not my night. That's for sure. Okay. I've lost my place. For some reason, my connection completely dropped over here. Which, you know, some weird stuff going on. Hopefully, I'm back. That's on me. That happened on my side. That was not on YouTube's side. And hopefully, it'll stay connected this time. Let's hope all of those little interruptions are behind us now. So anyway, I wouldn't choose the Western Digital drive. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm sure you'll be happy with it. But if I was looking for a budget drive, I'd go with the Intel 660p, 665p, or 670p. Or if I want better performance for the price, I'd look at AData's XPG line. And possibly check out the prices on the Sabrent drives. And Crucial has some well-established drives. But I'm sure the Western Digital will be fine. Overall, the only thing I'd really change is that I'd get rid of that $100, me personally. Other than that, sounds good. Let me get something to drink here because now I'm parched. I'm going to just very quickly hook up these front port umbilicals and get those out of the way. Now, thank you to Michael Dane. He contributes $10. He says, here's for your Gatorade/Coke fund. That'll get me through another couple days. Thank you, Michael. Because I'm not adding a discrete graphics card, we're using onboard graphics, I don't need to hook up this front fan. So what I'll do is I'll take the wire tie off later. I'll zip tie it and I'll just kind of tuck it down here into the case, keep it hidden. This is our this wide cable. It's very different from everything else. This is the USB 3.0 cable. And I don't like it when the manufacturer twists the cables during the install. Actually, it looks like they didn't. So I'll take zip ties and I'll tie this all up. But not right now. Right now, we'll just feed it through here. Like that. Come around here. And we'll plug it in right there. And then, so that's the two front USBs. Now we've got the audio right here. That's this round cable that's all by itself. And I'm going to just try and route it around and through. This power supply is kind of short. That's kind of cool because it gives us a little sneaky place. Otherwise, I'd have to run it up through here and it's more visible. So this, try to hide as much of it as possible. Because traditionally on micro ATX motherboards, the front audio header is somewhere in this quadrant of the motherboard. This connector only goes on one way, and I can't see very well. It's very dark in there. But it looks like the missing pin is on the bottom, so we make sure that the blocked pin lines up with where the missing pin is, and we just push that on. There's no clip. It doesn't snap or click. It's just a friction fit. So you gotta wiggle it and push it down until it seats fully against the board. It's the only way you know that it's fully on. Then what we have left is the power switch, the reset switch, the hard drive LED, and the power LED. Now, I don't actually know that those were those cables, but one of those was. Each of those things I said. But these all go together. I want to just untangle them now. They're going to go down to the bottom quadrant of the motherboard down here. So we can feed these cables in through here. These always go on in the same order, which is the hard drive LED with the positive cable facing the edge. This cable's going to lay flat and go on the first 2 pins on the bottom. The power LED also has the positive cable going towards the edge. It's going to lay flat above the hard drive LED on the first 2 pins on the top row. You never connect the top row and the bottom row. You're just connecting the top row horizontally with the connectors and the bottom row horizontally with the connectors. So starting from the left side, it's the power LED on top, the hard drive LED on the bottom, and the positive cable of each to that, very first pin on the top row and very first pin on the bottom row. Then we've got the reset switch. The reset switch doesn't really matter for positive or negative. No switch cares about positive or negative. So you can put it on right side up or upside down. I like the wording facing up, so when I work on it in the future, I know what it is. And it goes on the next 2 pins on the bottom row, right up against the hard drive LED. The last cable is the power switch. Again, it may be marked as positive or negative. It doesn't matter. Again, I like the words to face up. When I work on the system in the future, I know what it is. So the words face up. It goes above the reset switch on the 2 pins directly above it, which is right beside the power LED. So all 4 of these little connectors go side by side, 2 above 2. And it's always the same for all motherboards. If they're ATX or micro ATX, that is always the same layout. So why isn't it all just one connector you plug in? I don't know. But that hooks up USB, headphones, microphone, reset switch, hard drive LED, power switch, power LED, done. We'll need a power cable to plug into the DVD drive. It's got to be a SATA power cable. So we'll push that out, bring this through, and you kind of use your judgment here for what's going to look best. Any of these 3 connectors will work, so we just want to figure out what's going to be the prettiest as far as having extra cable left over. May not have a choice here. It looks like only the first 2 will reach. I don't think the 3rd one is going to reach. Oh, the 3rd one does reach. Well, since the 3rd one reaches, we'll make it nice and tight. We'll plug that 3rd one on. Then I can take a zip tie and I can just zip tie those. So that makes it look nice and pretty. This is all extra cables we're not using on this build, so they'll get a zip tie. All of these get a zip tie. And what I do is there's holes on the bottom of this case for a case fan to go on the bottom, which is the stupidest place you could put a case fan. But what I can do is take all these cables and take a larger 8-inch zip tie, push the zip tie through the holes on the bottom, run it under, and then back up again through other holes, so that I'm tying these cables and at the same time tying them down against the bottom of the case. Now the customer will never lose them in the case of modular cables. The cables won't break free in shipping and fly around slapping up against components. And it's nice and tidy looking when that's all cabled down. That'll be cabled down, and then any excess gets pushed out back here, and then we'll zip tie these. Like I said, we'll pull the excess out to the back, and then we can fold it up, put a zip tie on it, and then zip tie it against the back. We've got to keep it flush. This one will go all the way over here, and we'll zip tie that where there's these little bridges that exist on the case. And then it's just going to look a lot prettier, and it's going to be a lot easier to work on when it's organized. Now at this point, I guess I can hook this fan up. There's a fan header right up in that corner, just like on the H370 HD3, but I better do the zip tie on it now. Might as well. So what I will do is, you want to take these wire ties out. You absolutely don't want those in the system. And a lot of times I try and just leave the bends that are already in the cable. However, this one's got too much slack for my liking. So I'm going to redo it a little bit here. Yeah. That's not good, Carey. Let's go this way. This way, this way, this way. So it's more or less exactly like it was. Well done. Grab a zip tie, tie that up. I might just use 2 on this one. I'll put one at the end of it and one at the front of it. Okay. I need about wire snippers, and we'll get those pigtails cut off of there. And then I can plug the fan header in, and we can fire it back up again. It should be just fine. Then everything else is just making it look pretty. Oh, I've got to have the data cable for the DVD drive. I always put that off because I never need it. But I obviously have to install it before I ship it to the customer, because the customer might need it. Now, the case fan is a 3-pin fan, and the fan connector on the motherboard has 4 pins, but it's got a plastic notch. So whether you have a 3-pin plug or a 4-pin plug, it'll have one side with grooves on it so that you know that you're putting it on the right direction, regardless if it's a 3-pin plug going onto a 4-pin header, then the pin to the left is going to be exposed and not used, and that's normal. Before I go crazy with cable management, and again, I'm not worried about that data cable, I'll deal with that later. I want to make sure I haven't broken anything or knocked anything loose. So we'll plug everything back in and turn it back on and make sure it still boots into Windows 10, which I've not yet activated. And so to do that, oh, this plastic cover that I removed for the DVD drive, the customer's going to get that too. Put that in. It goes in the motherboard box. I always tell the customers, hold on to these boxes. In years from now, you're going to want what's in there. I don't know why, but you're going to want that. So HDMI cable, we'll plug it right into the motherboard. Power cable into the power supply. We'll switch it off first just to be safe. This is the wireless dongle for the keyboard and mouse combo that I'm using here. Just plug that into any USB ports. This should be plugged into the capture card over there. So if I switch over to camera input 2, we should have this desktop. If I turn it this way, you should see the fans come on. So if I hit this switch and then hit the power button, if I hooked everything up right, you should see the fans spinning. And they are. And if I come over here to camera input 2, you should see the system post and boot unless I broke something. It's already in Windows. That was quick. Like in the amount of time it took me to just come over here and click the mouse, it already booted into Windows. That's crazy fast. That's not with fast boot enabled either. That's just normal. That's normal speed. That's crazy fast. So I want to restart it because I want to see how fast that was. Like I couldn't even move fast enough. Let's do a shutdown. Okay, I'm going to turn this all the way off so we get back to that rainbow screen here that says no signal. Reach over, hit the power button. The fans start to spin. Oh, no, they don't. Now the fans have stopped. Now I'll hit the power button. Now the fans have started to spin. And here we go. Something should happen. Any minute, something's supposed to happen. Here we go. Boy, that post is taking a long time. It seems to have shut itself off and back on again for some reason. Well, I don't even get the little spinny thing. It just immediately goes into Windows. That's crazy. So let's do it again without shutting it off. This time, let's just do a restart. Kind of curious. Let's see how long it takes to shut down and restart. Okay, it's off. Now it's on. And I'm waiting for the little spinny thing to show it's loading Windows. There it is. And then we're in Windows. Not too shabby, I'd say. How's that for a benchmark? So that's cool. So now it's just a matter of, again, plugging the SATA cable into the DVD drive in the motherboard. And I won't use SATA port 0 because we talked about how the second NVMe may share the same data path. And we have a lot of SATA ports. We just won't use 0. And then it's a matter of getting the zip ties out and then just zip tying the cables so they look pretty. The panels go back on it. I get my label maker out and I'll put March 2021 on it so we have an idea of how old the computer is years from now, because we always lose track. Do you know how old your computer is? Most people are like, yeah, it's around, and then they guess. My connection is killing me today, so it is a real struggle. Okay, we're back again. We'll see how long we stay this time. I know that Cox Communications is doing some work. So they've got some problem around here that they've acknowledged that they're addressing next week. And hopefully these problems go away. I don't know. Yeah, it's a rough one tonight, that's for sure. How old is my label maker? I don't know. I didn't put a label on it. But it's in my Amazon search, my Amazon order history. I would guess my label maker's 10 years old. I forgot to pay the Loch Ness Monster is $350. Patrick Grusoff says Amazon has the EVGA bronze 710 watt. What's that? It's usually 700 or 750 power supplies for $65. Amazon US. It is a 710 watt power supply. That's a weird number. It's only a 3-year warranty. It's $64.99 in Amazon. Look at this. They've got a 510 watt and a 610 watt. Who's that for? Weird. It says 700 watts plus 10 watts. What does that mean? Where's the plus 10? Where's that coming from? I don't understand the point there. Is that for... I don't know what that's for. A separate rail? A 10 watt rail? I don't know. Might have to look into that, figure out what the story is there. Wayne is asking how Jimmy and Lyle are. Oh, they're doing really good. They're happy boys. Lyle's still healing from his surgery, but he's back to his old bratty self. So he's obviously feeling better. I am going to turn this computer off. Let's go back over here for a second. I'll just hit the power button. That should cycle down, and it did. Okay. And so that's it. I mean, everything else is just zip ties. Zip ties and a SATA cable for the DVD drive. So that's good. That's good. So I'm going to set this one aside. That's the bulk of it. I'll set it over here. You notice how quiet this thing is when it runs? You can't hear it at all. I know you can't hear it because I can't hear it. So, although I haven't run Prime 95 on it, it's going to be fine. I've done that so many times now. These are all pretty much the same components. Now this is Thomas Backenstow's computer. This is one Mitch and I did a couple of months ago, and I offered it to anybody who wanted to buy it. By the way, if anybody wants to buy that one, the one I just built, reach out to me. I'm not really looking to make any money on it. I just want to recover my expenses. And if you want to change the amount of RAM it has or the amount of storage or add a graphics card, I still have a 3070 around here somewhere, brand new. Oh, if we put a 3070 in it, we need a bigger power supply though. But we could do it. I mean, it's easier for me to manipulate something I've already built than to start from scratch. So Thomas saw Mitch and I build this one. It's a mini ITX and an NZXT H210, I think is what the case is called. And he wanted 64 gigs of RAM, but there's only 2 slots for RAM in this. So I went online, I had to order, so specifically for Thomas, a 64 gig kit that was made up of 2 32 gig modules. And then we mentioned putting a graphics card, and we initially talked about that 3070, but it's just too tight of a fit. I think it's going to overheat. It's just not a good fit in this case. But Thomas mentioned he's not really going to game with it or anything. He doesn't really need the 3070, but he wants more power than the built-in graphics. This is kind of his own present to himself. Tom's one of those guys that always takes care of other people first and puts himself second. And he's kind of reached this point in his life where he's like, you know, I'm going to do something for me. This is not a computer Thomas needs. This is a computer Tom wants. And Tom is going to look after Tom. Well done, Tom. I'm proud of you. Seriously, it's one thing if you're one of those people that's always looking out for you. But I think a lot of us who often do things for others over a period of time might realize that if we don't do something for ourselves, nobody else will. And you go, you know what? I deserve this, right? And I totally get that. People don't like buying me things because I already have everything I want. So they're like, we want to get you something, Carey. What can we get you? I'm like, I've got everything I need. Then I'll buy something like, why didn't you tell me you were going to buy that? I would have bought it for you. Then I would have bought you something you needed. I'm like, I just used to taking care of myself. I go and I get what I need. I don't rely on other people. So it drives people crazy. They're like, I can't get you anything, and it's maddening. I've learned not to count on people. I don't get let down that way. Now on this case, we do have that USB Type-C plug, but the motherboard doesn't support it. And Thomas does want a better graphics card than the built-in graphics. So I was looking at what I had back at the house, and I have this right here. I think this is going to be perfect for Thomas. It's a smaller graphics card. It's a lot more power than the built-in graphics, and it's smaller. So it's a smaller case. It's going to be a better fit. It's going to feel like it belongs in there. It's with the 3070 in there. It's too hanky. It just looks like it's going to suffocate in there. It's like it even looks funny having this giant 3070 in there. Doesn't look right. So this is going to look a lot better. And Thomas, based on the discussions that we've had, he's not going to notice the difference. It's still going to be fast and do everything he wants it to do. This is brand new. It's never been out of the box. The tape is still sealed. It's brand new. They sure did pack the heck out of this thing. Give me like 20 minutes, I should have this thing out of the packaging. Oh. Nice. I don't even remember buying this. It's got a back plate. Let me show you. Let me show you something. We remove this little thing. We've got a single 8-pin power connector here. And then you see with that red stuff, see the red ink right here? What does that say? Do you know how many computers I work on that people have built themselves where this tape has been left on despite the wording saying to remove it before using it? Drives people with OCD crazy. Oh, there was a pull tab there the whole time. When I hold the graphics card, I really want to hold it by the heatsink, try to avoid touching the gold areas. I was touching on that a little earlier, and as soon as I realized I was doing it, I moved my fingers around. This really wouldn't be a big deal to show it off, but given the shortage of graphics cards in the marketplace, it's like, ooh, look, it's a GeForce GTX 1660. I remember when those used to be widely available everywhere, and now you can't find anything. So now it's like, ooh. Oh, and I don't know why EVGA does this, but they put a protective cover. Maybe it says so it doesn't rip through the package or something, but there's no reason for that little plastic piece to cover those. That's weird. That's just weird. So anyway, this is just going to go in here. Yeah, that's a much better fit. All right, I'm gonna struggle a little bit here to get that card in. So I'll try to do it so you can watch. Watch me struggle. It's a tight fit. There, finally. And then I've got the 2 thumb screws over here on the box. And then this case has this little piece that kind of locks down on top of the PCI slot cover area of the video card. And that's just gonna tighten down like that. Now these are just air vents down here. Its output is DVI, HDMI, and DisplayPort. So there's 3 video outs. You can have 3 monitors plugged in simultaneously. I suppose you could probably feed one out through the USB Type-C. This motherboard has 2, except that it doesn't have the connector on the inside. Very strange. This should be our video power right here. It doesn't matter if we use the cable, the plug on the end or the plug in the middle. They're both the same. Once again, it goes to how is it going to look when you do your cable management? Is it going to look better maybe if you tie that one back? Clip on this one's going to go towards the bottom. Plug it in. It should boot up now. It should be okay. Tom says, I missed his contribution. Let me get back over here so I can see what I've not been seeing. Plug the keyboard and mouse back in over here. Let's see what I have missed. Wayne Trexler contributes $1.49. Thank you, Wayne. And there's $7.77 from Tom Jackson. Thank you, Tom. Tom Backenstow, the person who's getting this red and black computer, says, I love this show and Carey is so accurate on our conversations. Oh, I hope so. I mean, I have a terrible memory, but I hope when it comes to remembering what the customer's needs and concerns were, that has stuck in my brain more than just nonsense trivia. It's usually not the way it works. There's a little GeForce. This is not a documentation. This is a, I guess it is documentation. It used to be a little catalog, but that's all you get with your graphics card. And no, before anybody asks, I'm not just going to sell the 3070 all by itself. That's going to be used in a build. So if you want to buy a build from me that has a 3070 in it, I can get you one. But I'm not just selling the graphics card. Please don't ask me. They're too hard to get to just sell it by itself. It looks like I have a front case fan to hook up. Remember, I don't hook up a front case fan if there's no discrete graphics card. But in this case, we do have a discrete graphics card. And I did upgrade to the Chromax Noctua fan up front, 140 millimeter fan. And I think, oh, we needed a fan splitter. I remember Thomas and I talked about this because there's only one fan header on this motherboard for the rear case fan and the other fan headers for the CPU fan. So we have to use a fan splitter so that we have the rear fan and the front fan and they'll run at the same speed since they're on the same header, which is fine. I should have the fan splitters. Can I put them in here? I have them here. But rather than look for it right now while I'm live, instead, I'm going to hook power to this thing. I'm sure it needs some Windows updates. We'll check and see if it, maybe even a BIOS update has come out since then. Let's check it. All right, so same thing. We'll switch the power supply to the off position. Safety always is first. HDMI cable to the capture card, power cable. I previously plugged in the keyboard and mouse. Flip the switch on. Come around here. Hit the power button on top. Flip this over to camera 2. And here we go. Again, dead silent machine. Let me make sure the fans are running. Yeah, CPU fan is running and rear case fan is running. The front case fan is not plugged in because I need the fan header, fan splitter for that. And Let me grab an Ethernet cable and we can check for updates. All right, let's go here, and here, and here. Oh yeah, it's been sitting. It's been sitting a while. I always make sure before I ship computers out to customers that they have all the latest updates. Of course, there's a new NVIDIA driver because, you know, I've slept. And then while that's downloading everything, we can put camera 1 back on, and I'll just put myself right there. All right. While we're waiting for updates to download and install, if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to entertain your questions. Steven says you put a fan splitter in the motherboard box from the last computer build. But I don't think I put one in this box, did I? Oh no, it's laying right here next to the boxes. I got the fan splitter right here. It was right there the whole time. There's actually 2 in this bag. So I'll save one. Yeah, it's tiny. That's all we need though. It's just like a little 3-inch fan splitter. Thank you though. That wasn't a fan splitter on the previous build. That was a low noise adapter. How often should you restart and shut down your PC? I recommend once a week to restart it. You never really need to shut it down unless you have to work on it. But it's good to at least restart it once a week to clear all the memory out. Lotto Win says, how are your doggies doing? Dogs are good. Thank you for asking. Yeah, they're well. Folks are mentioning some blue screens of death on printers after printing. That's a Windows update. I think that big cumulative update that Microsoft released on Tuesday is causing that error. I think Microsoft even pulled that update. It seems that some people after printing will get a blue screen of death after getting that Windows update. We don't know yet if Microsoft is to blame or the printer drivers are doing an APA function call they're not supposed to do. However, at this point right now, you can uninstall that Windows update, that latest one, if you're experiencing that. I don't have any customers experiencing that. All these Windows updates have applied to all of my clients and all of my computers, and I have never seen this problem. So I don't know what the common denominator here. It might be just HP printers, for example, and I just picked the name HP because I don't like HP. But it could be to a specific manufacturer or a specific driver set of that specific printer manufacturer. As far as I know, there's not enough data on this yet, other than it doesn't happen until after a Windows update. That doesn't automatically mean it's the Windows updates that causes it. However, if the printer manufacturer cut a corner somewhere in the development of their drivers, it's the printer manufacturer's responsibility to update that driver to be compliant with what Microsoft requires. If, on the other hand, Microsoft has made an oversight, which is very possible with the millions of lines of code they've got to deal with, then they will correct it and then post the updated update and put it back up. But right now, it's, as far as I know, it's no longer being offered. I'm not exactly sure which one it is, but it was one that just came out. And you can Google that for more information. Selden Bell says, I've got a cable management question. Why not use white zip ties for contrast, almost as good as RGB? But they're easy to find when making mods. I don't want any contrast inside of the computer. Thomas's computer here is black and red, and if you look closely, I even put the little red rubber corners on the Noctua fan. So it's very subtle, black and red. The RAM is also red. When I bought RAM for Thomas, I wasn't just buying a kit of 232s paired together for 64. They had to be red. They are red, right? Am I remembering correctly? Yeah, they're red. So everything's black and red, black and red. So you might say, well, why not use red zip ties? Hey, red zip ties would look pretty damn cool on this, but I'm not going to go buy a bag of 100 red zip ties and use 30 of them for Thomas's build, and then have a drawer somewhere that has red, blue, green, white, right? Because these different computers all have, understand that when I got into this business, this was not a thing. In fact, we used the clear zip ties, the cheap ones, because nobody ever looked in there. But the career has changed. I know there's probably mechanics that are like, I signed up to be a mechanic, not a computer guy. But now to work on a car, you got to plug the computer into the OBD2 connector and read the codes. There's parts of this industry that have changed, that did not exist, that primarily are the home to enthusiasts. And, there's a lot of artistic things you can do to a case. Even back in the day, there were people who would hand paint a case. It was a pretty popular form of painting using an airbrush. Airbrush painting back in the 90s was kind of fancy high-end stuff. Sometimes you'd have someone who paints cars could really put a nice paint job on a computer case. It'd be like a car paint job. Maybe just one solid, like metallic blue or something, and it would just be striking. I don't want to do any of that. I don't want to be a painter. I don't want to be a plumber, and I don't want to deal with liquid cooling, custom cooling loops and heat guns. Cut and bend the tubing, charge the pump. I just don't, I have no interest in that. So when it comes to like this artistic stuff, I'll leave the tech enthusiast channels to do that. When you're running a company for profit, unless you're like Anthony Remus and you're building some real high-end, expensive workstations where there's a lot of profit to be made, but it's a lot of work, it can be pretty hard to find customers that have wallets that deep over and over and over and over again to sustain a business over a period of time. And sometimes some of the customizations that people want are just not, they don't make business sense, but I can certainly understand why a home user might want to spend a few hours and a few bucks to artistically change the look of their case. But as a business trying to earn a profit and sustain a business over not just the past, but the future, I want to stay in business. Stuff like that can add to the time and cost to a system. And then a customer might say, well, I don't want to pay that much. And now you're spending more time talking to the customer saying, well, this was your idea. And you're not getting any work done and you're not making any money. And you potentially can lose the customer over it if you start giving the customer too many things to choose from. They won't be able to make a decision. Paralysis analysis. Analysis paralysis. And Dell doesn't do that. HP doesn't do that. It's, here's your machine. I'm just taking it a step further by saying we can customize your machine. Anybody can work on it, including you. There's no proprietary parts. You don't have to come back to me. A lot of these pre-built machines, they use proprietary parts. They're not upgradable. Many of them are not repairable. And most times people don't find that out until long after their warranty ended. You know, there's people out there that think if you buy an HP computer, you have to have an HP monitor and you have to have an HP printer and everything's got to be HP. They didn't. So there's people out there today that exist, just so you know, because you may not be aware of this because you're not in business, but there are customers that don't know that you can pick this monitor and that printer, and they don't know that. There are many customers to this day that think everything has to be the same or it won't work. And when you show them, you say, look, this is not true, and I can save you a lot of money, and I can build you a better computer that isn't going to have all the nightmarish problems most people that I hear from complain about with their pre-builds. They act like, where have you been all my life? I had no idea. I thought all this stuff had to be the same. Well, they're not alone. It's not uncommon in this day and age to run across folks, generally older folks, who just didn't know. They didn't know they could buy a Logitech keyboard underneath that everything had to be HP or everything has to be Dell. No. Of course, most of you probably know this. Most of you probably think everybody knows this, but I'm here to tell you, everybody doesn't know this. And part of the purpose of my channel is to reach out to the regular home users and to provide this information to them to empower them. But sometimes people come in here and they make recommendations to have me do stuff they see the tech enthusiast channels do. And if the tech enthusiast channels were appealing to the beginners, I wouldn't appeal to the beginners. Like, I don't want to do what somebody else is already doing. It's already done. It's being covered. So I'll let the other tech enthusiast channels play with the colors of zip ties and stuff like that. For me, no. I'm going to use black zip ties. They're universal. I can buy one color and be done with it rather than worrying about how low I'm running on a color. And of course, once the customer has possession, if that matters to them, it's easy enough for them to do that. Thomas, back in Stoke, contributes $50. He said, Carey did me a favor on this build. Well, I'd like to think we're helping each other, Thomas. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Rick Hubbard contributes £5. He says, if you put that new build in an R100 case, I'll buy it. A 100R? No. Besides, you're in England, Rick. I can't ship it to you. I wouldn't do that to you. I like you too much to sell you a 100R case. Shameen says, you guys are all awesome. What a nice community. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm most proud of here. More than the work I do or the problems that I solve, that I get to share, and I'm proud, you know, when I figure it out. Look what I did. What I'm most proud of is this amazing community we have here of people of all different walks of life from all over the world who we all share a passion for technology without being snobby elitists and insulting other people's rigs or choices. Because you could pretty much get that anywhere. What we have here, good luck finding it anywhere else, at least on the internet. It's, as far as I can tell, rarer than a diamond. So the true value in this channel is the community, for sure. I'm hearing my machine running over here. I don't hear this one at all. Is this even on? Like I'm right on it and I don't hear anything. It's crazy. Crazy. You're gonna like this, Tom. Bruce says, I've built 2 computers now and neither has had any problems. And if I can do it, anybody can. As long as I have access to Carey's videos. And you pay attention. That helps. I have people watch the videos, they don't pay attention. And then they don't plug on a CPU power cable. They email me. I don't know why it won't start. I did everything your video said to do. Clearly you didn't. So that's great. That brings me great joy that I have succeeded in communication with some people. Desert Scorpion contributes $5. Hey, thank you, Desert Scorpion. Well, you know, that's that big cumulative update, which I thought was the one causing the problems that people were reporting, and that Microsoft pulled it. But clearly this isn't it, because if Microsoft pulled it, it wouldn't be offered to us right now. So there must be another knowledge base, KB. You'll see there's a KB and then a number followed in parentheses after the name of the update up there. Those are the update official sort of ways we identify updates. KB followed by a number. So whatever update it is, it must not be the 5802 update. Because if it was, it wouldn't be offered. So I don't know what's going on with which update that is, but it's clearly a problem some people are having, but that doesn't mean everyone's going to have it. And some people can get really, really loud and make you think that they're a lot more in quantity because of the noise they generate. I'm not quite sure how bad or how rampant this problem is, but I can tell you neither of my tax accountant businesses nor my lawyer business or the dentist office that I support, none of them have reached out to me. None of my home users have reached out to me. Nobody has contacted me in any way, shape, or form, business or home user, with regards to getting a blue screen after printing. Just hasn't happened. If it starts happening, of course I will let you know. But I'm getting all the updates. All my customers are getting all the updates. And nobody's having any problems. So just know that some of these stories you read on the web don't necessarily affect all of us equally. That doesn't mean their problems don't exist or are imaginary, but it may mean that they have a certain configuration that's not common. And of course, it's always the most technical people with the most complicated setups who complain the most, because they know how to complain the loudest. The general home user usually is pretty quiet about it. They'll contact someone local like me, whoever they have, to do their computer support. They're not going to go online and scream and shout about it on Reddit or Twitter. You'll know when a problem is serious when your local news station covers the story. Then you go, oh, well, that made the local news. Now that's a real problem. But just because somebody sent you a message on the internet, or you read an article at some website, doesn't mean that it's a problem you need to be concerned about. Once again, you'll see it says updates available. Now it just finally switched to say you're up to date. It was installing those optional updates. It doesn't tell us it's doing that, so that can throw you if you're like, why is there no check for updates button? You'll see I've got the Intel driver assistant installed down here. Oh, look, there's another update. I was confident we got them all. But we can do this at the same time. It says it's all up to date, but we can force a refresh on this. Just hit refresh results. This is a B460i version 1003 BIOS. Let's look up B460i. Wrong keyboard. Let's go to Google. Did I just type Goog? I don't know what Goog is. Google, and then B460i. Boy, I better be careful when I'm live. Who knows what websites I might bring up. My OnlyFans page. Then you guys, jaws will drop. Okay, B460i Gaming. Oh, it looks like MSI makes one. I've got to pay attention to the top line. MSI, Amazon. I want Asus. That's it right here. Remember I said every motherboard manufacturer has two supports. There's a support up here. That's for Asus support in general. And then there's a support down here. That's for support for this particular product, that page that we're on. Under drivers and utilities, we should see the BIOS right here, BIOS and firmware, and we'll check to see if anything's newer than 1003. And there is. 1101, which was released January 22nd, is newer. Let's grab it. And all this is happening while we're still installing an update. Again, we're multitasking. I'll click on that and we'll extract all into the downloads folder. And we'll close that, go to the downloads folder. Yeah, that is an older driver. We'll delete that for the NVIDIA card. We'll delete this because we have already installed it. And then you see these two are the same, but this was the zipper on it, so that's the files in the zip file that I've just extracted to the folder. I don't need the zip file anymore. And for right now, I'm just going to close everything and restart so this update can take effect. And then we'll flash the BIOS after all of this does what it's going to do. Yeah. Now, much like I showed Gigabyte's at BIOS, which is a way to flash the BIOS through Windows, Asus offers the exact same utility functionality through their own utility software. And I haven't used it in a long time, but we could play with it if you want. I mean, in theory, you wouldn't have to download the BIOS file like I just did. In theory, if we're doing it through Windows, then we can do it remotely. And so let's compare how Asus does it to how Gigabyte does it, because they all do it a little differently. MSI will do it a little differently. ASRock will do it a little differently. But they're all more or less the same concept. So the way they go about it may be a little different, but you should start to get familiar with what to expect. So if we go back to, we'll go back to Microsoft Edge, back to Google. I keep using the wrong keyboard. Google, B460i, Asus. Okay, that's it. It's the B460i Gaming. We go back to support, and we're going to go to drivers and utility. This would be considered a utility. We have Windows 10 64-bit right here. And we'll scroll down to, okay, so the Armory Crate is sort of the bulk of Asus's utilities all in one. So it's going to have like the RGB software, the Aura software. Aorus is what Gigabyte calls theirs. Aura is what Asus calls theirs. God forbid they all settle on the same name or they'd sue each other. And then it's a software and utility here, but I don't know what this is for. I have no idea what this is. Everything else are drivers. So let's get the Armory Crate, and then I'll show you the way that that works. It's a very small download, and in it, we don't even have to extract the zip. We could just double click on what's in the zip file. If there's only one file in the zip file, you don't have to extract it. It says install Armory Crate, install the Aura Creator, install. Okay, that's fine. We'll hit start, and it's going to go out to the Asus servers. It's going to pull that stuff automatically and install it. I don't like to rely on this stuff. I find it to not be all that accurate. And sometimes Like I've had the Asus Aura software cause a blue screen after a Windows 10 update. It happened live, like last year. And Windows 10 was working great, and then it started to blue screen. I couldn't tie what was causing it, so I had to, because it was a new install, I just wiped it and started again. And when I got to install the Asus Aura software, it blue screened. That's when I found out, instead of loading the Asus Aura software off the DVD, I should have gone to the website and downloaded it, because there was a newer version out. And the reason there was a newer version out was the older version causes blue screens after these Windows updates. Ugh. So never use the DVDs that are included with your motherboard. Save yourself the effort. Go to the manufacturer's page and download the latest version from their website, like what I'm doing now. So after 3 installs of Windows 10, I finally figured out it was the Asus Aura software. It drove me mad because it was a brand new build. And I was thinking, you know, maybe I got some bad RAM. I got a weird intermittent problem here. And the whole time it was stupid RGB software causing it the whole freaking time. It just makes me despise that nonsense. What a waste of time. And if it happened once, it will happen again. And I'm not the only person it ever happened to, and I won't be the last person it happens to. So as long as you guys are going to put nonsense on your machines, understand that that nonsense may cause a serious productivity issue. And in the workplace, that really can add up to a huge financial loss. So enjoy your RGB and the risks that come along with it. Les says, I wish you were here in Toronto, Canada, because I would reach out to you to come by to fix a problem with my laptop. The CD-DVD player does not work. It loads, but it does not play. What I would do is just go online and find a replacement for that laptop model that you have, make and model. It's usually one screw at the bottom of the laptop towards the back of the DVD drive, and then the DVD drive pulls out. You slap another one in there. They're all pretty much the same, but the reason you want to match yours to your laptop is so that the drive door will blend in with your case. It won't. Otherwise, it's going to look weird, like a car with the wrong car door on the side of it. So if you type in your laptop make and model with the word DVD, a place like eBay probably has a ton of them. They're probably not expensive, $30 maybe. And you just one screw, it pops out, you pop the new one in, put the one screw in, you're done. You don't need me to go to Toronto to do that. You can do it. Launch Armory Crate. Sounds so official. I think in the Armory Crate, oh, you agree to not have any privacy. All right. End user license agreement. All right. Okay, addressable LED, da-da-da-da-da. This is all Aura. I don't care about this stuff. This is Aura Sync. Where is, okay, tools. BIOS. Aha, I'm feeling around here. I haven't been in this in a long time, so I'm just follow my logic, right? BIOS update 1003 is what we have. 0401 is what's being offered. However, we have a newer one than that, don't we? Isn't the one I downloaded newer than 040? Isn't it like 1101? Yeah, it's 1101. So 0401 doesn't make any sense. Okay, it says this update came out June 10th of 2020. This update came out December 14th of 2020. So this one is over a year old. No, wait a minute. Hold on. This one's newer. 12 is December, 6 is June. I'm making sure that the middle, sometimes they put the month in the middle, sometimes they put the day in the middle, but clearly there's no 14 month. So it's clearly year, month, day. So this one's newer, but 1003 is not the latest. This is my problem. This is one of my problems. It's not offering us the latest one. Some BIOS versions may not be available here. Well, thanks for nothing. You don't even let me, like at least Gigabyte says I can provide the file. You guys aren't going to let me provide the file? That's not cool. Maybe it's under utility. Is there a BIOS utility? Overwolf? I don't know what an overwolf is. RAM cache? Yeah, I don't care. WinRAR has nothing to do with Asus. Norton Security has nothing to do with Asus. CPU-Z has nothing to do with Asus. They're up to version 195 and they're still offering 191. Google Chrome has nothing to do with Asus. This is why I don't like this crap. It's all crap. That's why you don't see me put it on. Oh, but this is neat. It says it can't determine what version of driver we have, so it's recommending we download. Let's do that. Okay, even though I have to allow access to the firewall. Even though, why is it downloading? Oh, it's not downloading Google Chrome. So now is a big advertisement, but it's not doing any of this. It's doing this down here. It's not confusing me at all. It's totally, that's so offensive to me. I paid money for this. It's not like I got it for free. I shouldn't have to suffer through advertising. Now, you're watching these videos for free. You can watch the advertising. Preston McDonald contributes 5 Canadian dollars. He says, hello from Manitoba, Canada. I really enjoy watching your live streams. Right on. Well, thanks for joining us, Preston. When I hear that name, Preston, I always think of the guy in The Last Starfighter. What was that guy's name? The old man in The Last Starfighter. Anybody? I'm not going to look it up. Somebody's going to type it in the chat room. Robert Fitzpatrick contributes $5. He says, hello from Vancouver, Washington. Hey, Robert, good to see you. Ron Hillier comes in with the answer with The Last Starfighter. Robert Preston is his name. You see, I couldn't tell you the guy's name, but when I saw the name Preston, the first thing that came to mind was that old man from The Last Starfighter. That's how my brain works, or does it? But I was onto something. I just hadn't, the synapses hadn't connected yet. They hadn't fired. I kept thinking the guy's first name was Preston something. I was onto something. Good job, Ron. Centauri, Alpha, was he from Alpha Centauri or something? Ron said that's one of his favorite movies. Hey, that was some early CGI back then. It's one of the earliest large amounts of CGI used in a film at that time. And you could tell. But hey, that was the future, and we were happy to have it. Let's see if I can do this. I don't know, like in the video game attract mode during the movie, the video game The Last Starfighter has a voice that's playing, well, it's in its demo mode, and I had to look it up to get it word for word. Greetings, Starfighter. You have been recruited by the Star League to defend the frontier against Zur and the Kodan Armada. Yeah, it goes on more than that. Where's the rest of it? I can't find it. Besides, my update's done now, so I've stalled long enough for that to finish anyway. It wants to restart. All right. Probably for the audio driver. Shamin wants me to do my glasses. He wants me to put my glasses on. Where's my glasses? I'm going to come over there. I'm going to bring my glasses and my shoes. I just got my glasses and I can't see so good. Gary says, does anybody remember Battlestar Galactica? I used to watch Buck Rogers and Battlestar Galactica, and they were all kind of silly. But when Ronald S. Moore, he produced Battlestar Galactica reboot for the Sci-Fi Channel. Holy cow, was that gritty and believable with politics, and what an interesting twist. And it really made this kind of campy B television show like first-class space soap opera. It was so well done. Special effects were fantastic. The acting was out of this world. I love Katie Sackhoff. There, it's out there. I've said it. Katie. She played Starbuck in the reboot. And first, brilliant idea to cast a female in that lead. And then imagine my surprise, as I am a fan of Katie Sackhoff, that I saw her in the Vin Diesel movie. I can't think of the name of the Vin Diesel movie, where he's a space guy with the red eyes. And anyway, she was in the second one. And then I'm watching The Mandalorian, and there she is. So she's in Battlestar Galactica. She was in the Vin Diesel movie I can't think of. And she was in Star Wars. I'm like, you're in everything I like. So do I like it because she's in it? No. I was liking The Mandalorian before she made an appearance. But that's where Riddick, The Chronicles of Riddick. Yeah, that's what it's called. That's the Vin Diesel movie I can't think of. The second Chronicles of Riddick movie was what she was in. But I was digging The Mandalorian, and when she was in it, then I discovered she did the voice. I think it was on the Clone Wars, which I love. That cartoon animated Star Wars was really good. I didn't realize that was her doing the voice, and it turns out they brought her to play the character she voices, Bo-Katan, to play it live action for the thing she voiced. Then I realized, if you look at the cartoon drawing of Bo-Katan, it looks like her on purpose. That looks really familiar. Wasn't she in the Clone Wars? Oh, and that was her who did the voice. This is all making sense now. So Katie Sackhoff was a part of that long before I realized it. What a fantastic actress. And then they did a spin-off of the Battlestar Galactica sci-fi series and called it Caprica, and that was also really, really good. Not a whole, it sort of went back to the beginning and kind of this Bill Gates kind of figure, played by Eric Stoltz. Eric Stoltz was supposed to be Marty McFly in Back to the Future, but he didn't. After they filmed it for a while with Eric, they didn't like his interpretation of the role, and they really wanted Michael J. Fox. And I've always related to Michael J. Fox. Family Ties, what a great show that was. I just saw this kind of short guy who was kind of clever, and I went, I like that guy. I want to be like that guy. I've always been drawn to Michael J. Fox's personality. And in real life, Michael J. Fox never appears in the tabloids. He's never part of any scandals. And I'm talking long before the whole Parkinson's thing, when he was in the highlight of his career. It wasn't, he got in a car accident, drunk driving, or, you know, all the other controversy or political stuff actors get themselves into. He just genuinely seemed to be a good guy. He kind of minded his own business and did his own thing, and people seemed to be respectful to him, and he seemed to be respectful back. And he's been married to Tracy, I can't think of her name, that he met on Family Ties. He's been married to her forever. And, you know, you just don't hear stories like that come out of Hollywood. And now with his struggles with Parkinson's, man, if there was 5 minutes I could spend to talk to anybody alive, I'd love to talk to him for 5 minutes. Yeah, I really look up to him. He's a great comedic actor, and he seems to be a great human being. From anything I see about him, there's never controversy. Kind of broke my heart when People Magazine did an article on him. I don't buy People Magazine. I was at the checkout at the grocery store. He was on the cover. I bought the magazine because he's on the cover, and I just don't hear much from him these days. So I was kind of curious about the interview when he talks about how he did something stupid and fell, and I think he broke his arm. And he just was beating himself up over it, like, why are you such an idiot? And just, he never really lets that side of himself show. He's always very positive. And he went into a very deep depression. He got very personal about this personal struggle that he had, doing something stupid that he didn't have to do, that caused him a lot of pain and inconvenienced people around him. And he's like, what was I thinking? How could I be this old and not know better? And just really tore himself up over it, and took him a while to get past it. And you're like, wow, you know, I've never heard him speak like that before. So, you know, he's human. Yeah, I have a great admiration for Michael J. Fox. Always have. Always have. But, yeah. Tracy Pollan, is that her name? Okay, so back here, so with regards to this BIOS update, it doesn't seem that I can flash the BIOS through Windows. Let me just look one more time to see if, again, I'm not looking at any documentation. Stuff like this should be intuitive and clear, in my opinion, if they do it right. So I'm going to look one more time. I'm going to bring up the Armory crate. I'm going to look under Utility. I want a BIOS flashing program. It's not offering us any updated drivers here, so nothing under Utility. They have the AI suite, but I don't think that's really anything other than performance. You'd think it'd be under BIOS. There's no options here. There's nothing besides this or that. Nothing indicates this is what we already have. Nothing indicates which one's newer, which one's older. I just don't, this is poorly done. I don't know how an average user is supposed to make heads or tails out of this. The Gigabyte's implementation is far superior. I don't know what this is. This is news. I'm not going to bring up Armory Crate to read news. Oh, time for an upgrade, is it? I was wondering what time it was. Thanks for letting me know it was time to open my wallet and give you some of my money. Oh, that just makes the menu go away. Okay. Scenario profiles, I don't care. It just should be a tool. It should be a tool. How about settings? Update center. Asus Hal Center. Thank you, Hal. I guess at this point the Asus Center is saying, I'm sorry, Carey. I'm afraid I can't do that. Well, I'm going to shut you down. Can I sing you a song? Daisy. Oh, what are you doing, Carey? I can feel it. I can feel it. Okay, enough of that. Oh wait, I gotta copy the BIOS. Hold on, let me turn back on. Oh, there's an M.2 slot here on the back of the motherboard too. I guess you can add another M.2 back there. I probably mentioned that when I built it, but that was in January. I don't remember what I'd done in January. Back to the folder with the BIOS that I downloaded. I don't want the Armory Crate. I'll delete that. That's just the installation file I'm deleting. I want the cap file. It's called a CAP file. That's the BIOS I need. We'll copy that. You don't need this BIOS renamer. That's something, that's for flashing a different way. Now I've got my BIOS flash drive. Just plug that in anywhere. And we will copy the file right to there. Okay, now the BIOS has been copied to the flash drive. And we'll restart. And I'll start pressing delete. Oh, not yet. Why is it taking so long? Okay. Start pressing delete. Across the top. You see how I'm moving across the top, right to left? See how it's highlighting in yellow? I keep pushing the right arrow and I'm moving across the top. I want to go over to Tool. And then it says Asus Easy Flash Utility. It says it right here. And I want to go to the 2 GB storage, which should be that one. The only file on it is the cap file. Do you want to read this file? Yes, read it. Read it. Now it's going to read it. It verifies that that file is valid for this motherboard. That's how it prevents you from screwing the whole thing up. It says, you really want to do this? Yes. Okay. This is the update process for Asus in the BIOS, the way I would normally do it anyway. I was hoping I could show you the process for, let me get rid of my picture. The process to do it through Windows, but it doesn't seem to be one for this version of the BIOS, which sucks. But on the Gigabyte one, it didn't offer the latest version of the BIOS either, but at least it gave me the option to select the file. Asus doesn't do that. That doesn't mean there's not a way. It just means if there is a way, it's not clear and intuitive. I'm going to let that update. Well, that's doing that. I'm going to grab another Gatorade here while we're watching grass grow. These updates only take 2 or 3 minutes. So do be patient and don't interrupt them, because interrupting a BIOS update is one of the worst things you could possibly do with regards to the health of your computer. So patience really does pay off in this process. What happens if a power surge goes off while updating the BIOS? It could break your motherboard. So if you live in an area that frequents power surges, but the other way around, power surges frequently happen, you'd want to be on an uninterruptible power supply, a battery backup. Where I'm at, I have not had a power outage here that I'm aware of for well over 2 years. And Arizona in general will suffer power outages during really bad storms, which we might have twice a year. Or if a car accident were to happen that hits an electrical pole in the area that serves the community that's being served by that distribution area or distribution pole. So the odds of that happening are quite low. In fact, the BIOS is already finished and has restarted the computer on its own. So at this point, anything that happens now as far as a loss of power is not going to be catastrophic. So it's just for the couple of minutes where that little bar is moving that you have to worry about it. Once the bar is done, then you're going to get a screen. You may get a screen like this one that tells you that things have changed. You'll see that Thomas there has the 536 MB, that's 64 gigs of RAM. You'll notice it's identifying the i7-10700K CPU at 3.8 gigahertz. And it's also noticing the USB flash drive that has our BIOS flash file. And the M.2 drive in this is an ADATA SX8100. Now, it says you can just hit F1 to run setup, which I'll do. I'll hit F1 on the keyboard. That takes us back in the BIOS. And we can verify we're running the current version of BIOS by looking right up here, whoops, right here, 1101, which is from January 15, 2021, even though the website I think said a different date. We're more or less in the ballpark. I don't know why there's the difference. Every manufacturer does that, where there's a slight day difference. It could be like a 7-day difference, but your BIOSes don't usually come out every 7 days. So if it's in January, we got the right one. But ultimately, it's defined by the version number, which is 1101. So we are current and up to date. So what I want to do is exit and then save the changes and reset the computer. Now, it says I haven't made any changes, but I actually have, because when it comes up now, you're not going to see that error message anymore. It's going to boot into Windows like it normally does, which you'll see here in just a minute. I'm just going to keep it full screen on the full video capture, as if, you know, if you see this full screen on your end, it'll look like your computer's booting. Now, when it comes up again, which will just be a minute here, if I want to turn on the extreme memory profile, or XMP, I should have done that while I was in the BIOS, but you can see everything still works. I can, let's see if I can bring back camera 1. I can remove the flash drive. Actually, I'm going to delete the file off the flash drive first because I don't need it anymore. I like to keep this flash drive blank so I can grab it when I need it, like you just witnessed, and not have anything on it but the BIOS file that I'm going to use. So I'm done with that BIOS file. I never need it again. So I'm going to erase it. I don't have to I can safely remove, but I don't have to with the latest Windows 10. Just unplug it. There's nothing to lose on it or corrupt anyway. It's empty. So there's no danger in doing that, regardless. And then if I want to turn on XMP, I would just restart again. And with Asus, you press delete repeatedly or F2. It says at the bottom of the screen, So I'm going to start hitting delete right now. Okay, that's what I want. And it says our memory frequency, let's see, where is it? I can't go up or down past that. Let's go to the right. Advanced. It's in here somewhere. Let's go to easy mode. If I hit F7, that takes us to easy mode, and it's right in my face. XMP enabled. Why is it not enabling? Well, it's not displaying correctly. Hello, computer. I'm not getting an option here. All right, well, who wants to play rough? We'll go to, this is F7. We'll go back to advanced mode. I know it's in here somewhere. Is it under favorites, maybe? DRAM frequency. No. Should be something about XMP in here somewhere. It's not here. Clock. DRAM timing. Asus performance enhancement. I don't know what that is. I don't see the option for XMP in here. Because XMP would select this for us. So we'll leave that at auto. DRAM timing. It's in here somewhere. DRAM voltage. I would think it'd be up at the top somewhere. See, these BIOSes are all different, but they're all the same. This information on our M.2 drive there. I'm just hitting the escape key to go back. Temps, I don't care about. QFan, don't care. Compatibility support mode, no. It's not a tool, it's not an exit. Well, I can't find it. I would have thought it would have been right there. I think I looked there already. Can only select security or system language on this page. AI tweaker. That's what we already went through. DRAM frequency, target is 2933. That's what we want to change. There should be an option for XMP in here somewhere. All right, if I've gone right by it and I'm not looking at it, advanced AI tweaker, AI overclock tuner. But I was specifically looking for XMP. Let's try that. Advanced AI tweaker. Okay. That's coming from a suggestion in the chat room from somebody's name I can't pronounce. Advanced. Well, wait a minute. There's an AI tweaker or an advanced. I mean, it's obvious in the easy mode, it's right here, but why is it not appearing? And why do I not get any option here? Like I can't use up or down or left or left or right. I click it, it should be enabled or disabled, but all I'm getting is disabled. Like, I don't know why. Almost like there's a graphical error. Is there something behind it? Even hitting enter, I can't go up or down. Interesting. Keep hitting F8. Go back to advanced. There should be an XMP in here somewhere. It's not a Z board. I don't think you need to have a Z board. We're not overclocking the CPU. I would, you know, in other words, the XMP option, it's a feature that, as far as I know, isn't relegated to the chipset. But I could be wrong. Rapid storage is already off. It could be turned on, I guess, but that shouldn't be related. Let's save and exit. And let's go back into it one more time. Go to easy mode. It's doing the same thing. Well, now I'm just kind of, let's see, search. XMP. Lovely. There's no cursor, so I can't tell where the... All right, great job, Asus. Well, this is just pointless. I don't know what performance enhancement does. Let's see what happens. Most people won't see any benefit to XMP being on or off, other than running benchmarks. You wouldn't know, especially on an Intel-based system, and especially when you're using discrete graphics. However, I mean, we got it, and we want to turn it on. My concern about turning on the performance enhancement is it may lead to some system instability. I don't know what it's defining. Performance enhancement in regards to clock speed, CPU voltage, RAM speed, RAM voltage, I don't know. So I guess you'd have to do a little searching on that to figure it out. But I do know I need a new video driver. So let's do that now. So we'll go to NVIDIA, drivers, GeForce drivers, and I want to download, it's not automatic, let's pick it manually. We have a GeForce, what's it called, a GTX 1660 or something like that. 16 series notebooks, no, 16 series. Okay, 1660 Super, doesn't matter. Basically, no matter what you pick out of this list, you're gonna get the same driver regardless. So we have a 1660, it's Windows 10 64-bit in English. Again, regardless of whatever sub card you choose under that category of 1660, you're going to get the same driver. So we have a game ready driver and a studio driver. I know Thomas isn't playing games on this. The studio driver is a bit more stable for work, and the game driver is more refined for gaming. I'm going to put the studio driver on because I think Thomas isn't really going to be gaming on this. One of the problems I have with NVIDIA is they may alert you. They've done it on the streamer. They said there's a new driver, a new NVIDIA driver available. In the system tray it shows. And it's the same driver. It's the same driver, but it's the game driver instead of the studio. It says new game ready driver available. And I click to see what it is, and it's the same 461.72 driver that I already have. They're not respecting I want the studio driver. Why are you alerting me to game ready drivers? If I have the studio driver, let me know when there's a new studio driver. Instead, it's letting me know that there's a game ready driver of the same version. Why wouldn't I have downloaded that and installed that if that's what I wanted? So NVIDIA is going to have to fix this. Well, I guess they don't have to do anything they don't want to do. But if they want me to be like, hey, that's a great utility, they need to respect the end user's choices. If we're working and we're not gamers, we want that stable studio driver. And if we have the stable studio driver, then your software should be smart enough not to recommend a game-ready driver, especially not one that's the exact same version as what we already have. Nobody at NVIDIA is listening. Gavin? Anybody? No? No. What's his name? It's right on the tip of my tongue. Oh, that's not Gavin. Jensen, sorry. Who am I thinking of? The graphics guy. What's his name? No. No. There's a lot of Gavin CEOs. Who am I thinking of? You guys, tell me who I'm thinking of. I was thinking he's with NVIDIA. Gavin. What's his name? Nobody in the chat knows who I'm talking about? Gavin. Steam. Yeah, that guy. That guy. I've had some people say I look like him. He's like way bigger than me. Gabe. His name's Gabe. Gabe Newell. Oh my gosh. That's terrible, Carey. That's what happens. That's what happens. None of that looks like Gabe. I see what I did. I see what I did. I mean, I got the Preston thing right. Oh, I mean, you know. Yeah, I don't think that looks like me. That guy's like way heavier than I am. Yeah, that's the guy I was thinking of. Gabe Newell. Yeah, that guy. Whew, he got hairy. Is he a mouth breather? No. Okay, good. He seems like a good guy. That's hilarious. Yeah, that guy. Okay. Not sure where I got Gavin from. You kids in that U-face, that Twitch tube, listening to your Steely Dan, that other rock music. I'm getting there. Won't be long now. Get off my property. Never come back here again or I'm calling the police. I told off those Girl Scouts. Come to my door selling cookies. You're not yourself when installing graphics drivers. Have a Snickers. Oh man, I need to get a check from Snickers for that. We're gonna get the plastic standoffs for Gigabyte motherboards extra hole. You don't need them, it's totally unnecessary. You shouldn't let my OCD affect what's really important in your life. But you can get them on Amazon if you insist. You have to buy like a bag of 50 of them, but you can buy them. It's a total waste of money. I'm telling you, don't do it. Well, the driver's installing. We can take a look at Amazon. I'm sure I could probably find them for you. Just do what I do. Go to Amazon. In the search, just type plastic motherboard standoffs. Did you type that fast? Just do it like that. And you know what it looks like, so we just look at the pictures. See, I can scroll fast because I'm not reading anything over here. I'm just looking at these pictures. There they are. No, that's not them. It's close. Keep going. Is there another page? Yes, there's many pages. Oh, driver's installing. See how the screen blanks out? Well, that's the driver. Keep scrolling. I remember these little red washers. We never used them. They kept giving it to us, and we never used them. And all the systems always worked. Okay, hold on. I don't want to restart. I'm looking at something. Plastic stand-ups. Well, these are more or less them here. But the actual ones I'm using, these are the standoffs that go into the cases, and then of course they're at different lengths. I know they're in here. It's probably a keyword I'm missing. Plastic standoffs, maybe just that. Oh boy. That opened a can of worms. I didn't think it would take me that long to find them. I just want to see if anybody in the chat posted anything. Nope, nobody has posted it. Okay, I'll keep looking. I know they're in there. Sometimes I look at the autocomplete, see what it's suggesting. These would be like, what would we call these? Maybe clips? They're not clips. That's definitely not what we're looking for. Spacers? Maybe they call them spacers. mean, we're in the right area, right? This kind of stuff is in the right genre. It's just the wrong part. Nylon. Okay. They're not plastic, they're nylon. So that may be the key here. Nylon motherboard standoff. This would work. You just wouldn't stick it. So this piece would go into the motherboard, but don't peel the sticky stuff off, whatever you do. And that would be even better than what I'm using. Just don't stick it. And that's a, oh, it says 16060. It's a 100 UX0466 20-piece sticky reverse mount insulated PCB spacer. Well, that's all you had to type in the search. So that's such a big deal. But I know the exact ones I use are in here. And I ain't quitting until I find it. There's only like 20 pages. We're already on page 4. We're flying through this. Oh, it's somewhere in here. The part you don't need to have. They should put the word OCD in the search. Unnecessary OCD parts. Probably pull it right up at the top of the page. I have an idea. What if we go to amazon.com/shop Carey Holzman? That should be my Amazon store. Production equipment I want, equipment and tools that I use. See how I got there? Equipment and tools that I use should pull up a big list of everything from the tripods and the cameras and the screwdrivers and the keyboards and the batteries and the battery chargers and the flashlights, the zip ties, the screwdriver, the lights, more cameras, cable modems, Magewell capture card for $900. Thumb screws, remember I told you I have a bag of screws and the plugs, that's all here. The tools, the demagnetizer, magnetizer, the bits, the driver, the batteries for the cameras, the shotgun microphone that I use when I film Subaru mic, the box cutter, those wire cutters I use. Everything I use is in here. The Stream Deck, monitoring the consumption of pulling power when I'm measuring how much power a computer uses. Little teeny tiny USB powered leaf blower. Everybody has to have one of those. The router I'm using at my house, which is not the router I'm using here. It's not in here. There's the cameras I use, there's the tripods I use, there's the tripod heads I use, there's the microphone packs I use. The doorstop is what's used to stop the Lazy Susan from spinning. This is a series of 6-inch long Phillips bits. I think these are Phillips with the 1/4-inch hex shank. This is what I was using for an overhead camera tripod, which sucks. Huh, those little plastic standoffs are not in here anymore. This is how I measure the performance of old computers. It's true. It's true, I tells ya. Yeah, it's my Amazon page. See? It's even got my signature. Should be 30 years of experience. I thought they were in here. So much for that idea. Let me go ahead and close this out, and this thing wants to reboot, so I'm going to let it reboot. Ghost Shadows posted a link. Is that what I'm looking for? Let's see. No, those were the ones I said those are close. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, those are the ones I saw. And this is actually, yeah. So thank you for posting the link. It's $8 and you get 50 of them. But there are PCB isolation columns, nylon plastic pillar. That's all you got to look up. Nylon plastic pillar. Nylon rivet single head. 4mm bracket gasket. All of that will bring up the link. I should add that to my parts list, even though it's completely unnecessary and you don't need it and it's a waste of money. You're going to buy it anyway. And if you're going to buy it anyway, you know, I should make a little commission off the $7. I might make a nickel. So if 20 of you do that, that'll be $1. I'll take that for $1. I'd buy that for $1. What movie is that from? Watch this. Go to Amazon. Nylon plastic pillar, 4mm. Bingo. So I did click on this earlier, or no, I think I clicked on this one. These look like they had rounded bottoms, but I guess they're flat. It seems a little thick on the base, but you know what? This would work too if you wanted 100 of them, but if you only want 50 of them, then that's what you want. Just exactly what was posted in the chat room, whoever posted that. Thank you for posting it. I should definitely add that to the Carey Holzman store, even though it's completely unnecessary. You don't have to cut the little nib off of it because they don't make them that way anymore. But when I cut the plastic nib off the bottom, it basically becomes this. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. See, that's what I'm talking about. I like the community to, you know, give me a hand over here. We're still running the latest version of VLC. Let's check and make sure we have the latest. You have the latest. Okay, so latest BIOS, latest Windows updates, I think. I didn't check again since we did that framework preview. The wrench down here is green. That's good. That's what we want to see. Oh, whatever this is. It requires a restart, whatever that is. I don't even know what that is. No idea. Okay. Ron is showing me this space shuttle case that Gamers Nexus did. It's funny because it says only 18 left in stock, and it shows it's $339. But if you order it direct from the manufacturer in Canada, it's $100 less. But the manufacturer refunds my money, saying they won't be in stock until April. So it looks like this Amazon seller, I don't know who the seller is, it looks like they're taking orders in advance of inventory coming in, whereas the Canadian seller is not taking orders in advance. And I don't think it's worth $340. For $240, yes. For $340, no thank you. Ryan Sikowski says the Evolute is for the onboard sound. Oh, thank you for that. Let's turn you blue. Knowledgeable, friendly, kind, supportive. That is blue material. Ron said, that's RoboCop. Maven said it's RoboCop. Gold star for both of you. I'd buy that for $1. And RoboCop took place in what city? Matthew provides a link to a website called pccables.com, which will overcharge you $21.50 for those little plastic standoffs to get, well, a 100 pack. If you buy 1 to 9 100 packs, they're $21.50 each. If you buy 10 to 99 100 packs, they're $19.50 each pack. If you want to buy 100 or more packages containing 100 of those little plastic standoffs each, then it's just $18.50 per package. It's way too much money. But I appreciate you sharing the link just the same. Why can Carey get a laugh out of me even when wrecked with pain? This is why I look forward to live streams. Thank you, Kazeisen, however you say your name. Patrick Russo. I think Patrick is the one who provided us. Yeah, it was Patrick. So Patrick, thank you for providing that link. I appreciate that. And for everybody else who provided links, you know, thank you for participating. Oh, there's Detroit. There we go. Everybody knows. No news. Everybody knows it's Detroit. And where was I born? Filmed in Houston, as it looked like New Detroit at its worst. I thought the second crew, I'm pretty sure I saw the making of, Beverly Hills Cop. So Beverly Hills Cop, what city is Eddie Murphy a police officer in before he goes to Beverly Hills? Carey, could I bag up some of those plastic standoffs and sell it? I don't have time for that, man. I'm not gonna like bag up 2 things, put it in an envelope, put an address on it, put a stamp. Like I got so much going on. And they're old, they're like 25 years old. They're nylon, but still, they're yellowing and stuff like that. I wouldn't feel comfortable. If you were a neighbor of mine and you stopped by and you wanted a couple, I'd hand you a few, but it's not worth the price of postage. There's Mitch Morrison. Mitch says he was born in Detroit. Yeah, so Beverly Hills Cop, Eddie Murphy was a cop in Detroit. And in all the shots where Eddie is, in the beginning of the movie, he's like trying to bust a drug dealer, is like a back of a truck. Eddie is not in Detroit for that, but that was filmed in Detroit. But what they do is they film Eddie in Hollywood, kind of bouncing around the back of a truck, and then they edit it in. And if you watch it, you can tell that how this was put together, how this was edited. It's very smooth. You would never know that where the truck is driving down the road and stuff like that, and the chase sequence in Detroit, that was filmed in Detroit by what's called a second unit. So the second unit films all that stuff. And then, I don't know what you call the main unit, but they will film the cut-ins where, you know, you get all the lighting matched correctly and you can't tell that that was filmed 2 different times, 2 different places, and it just edits together as though it's one long sequence of events. That is good editing, because if you don't know to look for that, you wouldn't know it was edited like that. So the best editing is the editing you're not aware of, you don't notice it. So if you're an editor and you do the best job that's possible, no one will realize it. That's the most you can hope for. That is the pinnacle of your success, that you're invisible and no one notices any of your edits. Isn't that horrible? Well, thankfully there's awards for that stuff, because the average consumer would not even put it together. I'm fascinated by it. Ghost Shadow says, Connectors Plus wanted nearly $80 each for 2 factory plugs to connect a trailer to my vehicle's wiring harness. I bought a brake light control with both plugs from Amazon for $30. Yeah. You know, speaking of this, and a lot of you may not be aware of this, but I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something you may not know about Amazon. And I'm saying you may not know it because I didn't know it. I stumbled onto it. Let's go back to Amazon. Let's type in, let's see, Snap-on LED service light or something. Let's see what we got in here. Is it all one word maybe? Is that what I'm doing wrong? Snap-on, one word. Oops. Snap-on makes a light like this I'm looking for. I'm trying to find it. It's kind of like this. It's red and black with, you know, Snap-on's colors. I don't know why I can't find it. What are they calling these? They're just calling them a work light. All right, let's type in Snap-on work light. It looks just like this. It's $80 from Snap-on. I would love to show it to you, but now I can't find it. But it's an LED. It's really bright. It sits on legs like this, and it's red and black. It's very much just like this right here, red and black, or like this one over here, red and black. All these are right around 30 bucks. This one's 30 bucks, and it's $80 because it says Snap-on on it. Well, this is a fun thing to look at. In Amazon search, just type in Amazon commercial. And now you can see commercial products. What am I looking under? Hold on. Sometimes there's a subcategory. So we're under all. Okay. This is commercial toilet paper. I don't want commercial toilet paper. Nothing is working for me today. Let's type in something more specific. Faucet. I don't know. What am I doing wrong? If you've been to the hardware store and you've looked at like faucets like this, they're like 200 bucks. And Amazon has a line of commercial products, and I must be typing in the search incorrectly. And, you know, it's a little less refined in some ways, but it can withstand a lot of abuse because it's designed for commercial use, which I like. I like stuff designed for commercial use. Like if I had my choice, my bathroom would be made of tile with a floor drain, and it would just have a hose, and you could just spray it all down and let it all run down the drain like some kind of commercial truck stop bathroom. That's what I want. Indestructible, easy to clean. And Amazon has a whole section. I thought it was called Amazon Commercial, but I'm gonna have to look again. Go Shadow contributes $2. He says, type in used toilet paper. Okay. This all looks new. That's kind of a cool design. You just pull it up and then drop it over. I like that. That's a good design. Okay. Swear it was listed as commercial. These little keyboards can be a little challenge sometimes. Yeah, okay. This is like, it is called Amazon commercial. It's just one word. I see, that's where my mistake is. I put a space in it. What's funny is the Snap-on version is $80, and where it's red, the Snap-on tool is black, and where it's black, the Snap-on tool is red. And it's otherwise imperceptibly the same. I couldn't get over that. I was trying to use it as a studio light, but it's way too small. I gave it to Subaru Mike. Let's type in Amazon commercial as one word. Ah, yes. Now check this out. Look at this office chair. This is probably a $300-400 office chair. $216. Exit signs. Where do you buy these? Right here. Get 6 of them for 95 bucks. How about these carts? You always see these carts in businesses and stuff. Well, now you could buy one. How about, let's just keep going. Bulk amount of 42-gallon heavy-duty contractor bags, 3 millimeters thick, or 3 milli-inches thick, 3 millimeters. What else? Mops. Another nice office chair here for $240. It's a good price. More office chairs. Look at this. Look at all these aluminum foil steam pans. Pack of 50 for 65 bucks. You know how much these cost at the store? These are like $3 a piece. So that'd be, yeah, these are like $2.50, $3 a piece. Recessed LED lighting, $62 for 6. So that's what, 10 bucks each? Good luck getting that at Home Depot or Lowe's at that price. There's some really cool stuff. There's a 12-pack of those recessed 4-inch LED 12-pack. That's what, $8 each? There's a red chair from Staples. Oh, it's not even available. There's a clamp meter. And I mean, I could just look at this all day. There's some cool stuff in here. Just commercial quality, heavy duty, like even commercial 8-inch nonstick stainless steel aluminum frying pan. That's a nice frying pan. $16. You know how much that would be at Bed Bath & Beyond? Like when I stumbled onto the Amazon commercial search and all this stuff popped up, pet stain and odor eliminator. It's not like you got to buy Costco size, you know, face masks. That's a little expensive. Oh, there's 6 packs of 50, so 300 face masks for $108. Okay, that's a good deal. How about these commercial 6-pack USB wall charger outlets? So if you have an outlet that all you use it for is charging stuff, you can replace it with this. And they have a 6-pack or a 4-pack. Look how cheap they are. I mean, there's some cool stuff in here, man. That's the kind of stuff you see in hotels. I love this surge protector. Oh my God, this is like the best surge protector ever. I don't know why. It's just like heavy duty, it's yellow and black. Yeah, that makes it better. It's expensive, but it's high quality. I have one of these here and one of these at the other place, and I should buy more of them. Looked like they had multiple packs. Yeah, there's a 4-pack for $70. That's under $20 each. There's a 6-pack for $98. That's what, about $15 a piece. It's very reasonable for a high quality, heavy duty. What else? That's just page 2, man. They're one of them side-by-side cordless toilet paper dispensers. You can have one in your house. Aluminum foil, 50 feet, 12 rolls, $17.62. You know how long it would take me to go through 12 packages? That's 600 feet of aluminum foil. Aluminium foil? No. Learn English. Stainless steel fine grater, $10. That's high quality stuff, man. That's not cheap stuff. That's commercial grade. I want everything in my life to be commercial grade, except for my commercials. There's a microfiber mop. There's a little 23-gallon commercial slim trash can. What? Where's the trash can part? Oh, I see. You put the trash can in there and you can wheel it around and your workers don't injure themselves and have a workman's comp claim. Here's some wheels. You need some wheels? Some casters? 18-gallon drawstring trash bags, 50 count. Look at this. You're never going to break this thing. This will last. You can pass this on to your kids and they can pass it on to their kids. Even commercial, like office door handles and locks, commercial grade, $40. It's not like you're not saving any money over at Home Depot to get the home one. You might get the commercial one that's, designed for abuse. These metal carts, they last forever. Here's some pre-cut aluminum foil sheets if you don't like tearing it yourself. Lowball drinking glasses, I don't know. I guess if you have a bar. Garlic press. It's not all just kitchen stuff either. I'm just randomly looking at just, Amazon commercial. Anyway, I could spend all day in here. This is a total squirrel move here because that's like browsing the mall. There's all kinds of stuff in here I don't know that I need. 12 pairs of gloves. Everybody needs 12 pairs of gloves. Then you can lose a glove 11 times. All right, enough of that. Anyway, a little secret from your Uncle Carey. Amazon commercial, no space, one word. Amazon commercial. Yeah. You buy something you don't like, it's Amazon customer service. They'll take it back. Super easy. Let's go full screen over here. All right, guys, I think apart from this fan splitter, which has got to go on Thomas's computer, and a little bit of cable management, this NZXT case makes the cable management really easy because I've got all the tracks here. So it's just a matter of zip tying it down. And this is a modular power supply, so I've got all the extra cables that go to power supply that we're not using on Thomas's build right here. These will all go in his motherboard box. And that keeps our cable management even cleaner, even tidier, because we don't have to tie these up and hide them. And then what we will hide will go down here, and you won't see that. So even if we didn't use a zip tie, even if we just crammed all the cables into there and threw the panel on the side, you'd never see it. Of course, I won't do that, but you could. And then they've got some Velcro straps here to assist. I prefer the zip ties myself, but when they're there, I'll use them. Dave says, Acronis trimmage backup in XP days used to take 5 minutes to back up and 5 minutes to restore. I think we're backing up a lot more data now. You know, the operating system's much larger, and USB ports are much faster, so one offsets the other. But there was a big update to Acronis today, so if you're using Acronis Trimmage 2021, be sure and get the update. And if you've created any rescue media, you know Murphy's Law. I just made the video on how to make Acronis Trimmage rescue media, and that process doesn't change at all. However, anytime there's a new version of Acronis, if you want to be using the latest version of Acronis on your boot media, you have to remake it again after you install the new version of Acronis on your main machine that you're making the boot media from. Otherwise, your boot media remains whatever version it was when you created it. So whenever Acronis updates, I always recreate my boot media. You can't just update the boot media. You have to wipe it and recreate it. So that's why I dedicate flash drives to that with nothing else on it, because otherwise you have to format. The Acronis boot media creator will say, is it okay to format everything? If you remember, if you go back and watch the video. But not 5 days after I make that video, Acronis releases an update. They only release an update every 3 months, maybe. So that's not very common, and it just struck within days after I released the video. It doesn't change the process at all. It's exactly the same process. The reason I'm mentioning it figures is because if you're running Acronis Trimmage 2021 and you made your boot media 5 days ago or yesterday, if you launch Acronis now, it should say, hey, there's an update, do you want it? You say yes, it'll download and install it on your machine that has Acronis Trimmage 2021 on it. And then you're like, okay, that's done. Well, it isn't done, because now if you want to update your boot media to have the same version, you have to go through the whole process again, which is not a big deal. But like I said, you can't update it. You have to recreate it. You can reuse the same flash drive, but it will erase it and then rewrite it again. So that's what I'll be doing later. All right, well, tomorrow, the plan is for Mitch to come over and we're going to live stream it's an AMD 3950X CPU, which I think is on the floor. I've almost stepped on it a few times. I should probably pick it up off the floor. Yeah, here it is. It's on the floor. That's brand new. It's never been used. It's so disrespectful of me to just... Well, it fell off the counter and I just left it there. Anyway, we're going to use that tomorrow. And we've got a Be Quiet. I have to read what it is. It's a Be Quiet Silent Base 802 with a Pure Loop 360 millimeter Be Quiet all-in-one liquid cooler. A Corsair, is it Corsair? Yeah, it's a Corsair MP600 4 Series 1 terabyte NVMe PCI Gen 4 NVMe drive, the G.Skill Trident Z 32 gigs of RAM, an MSI X570 Gaming Edge Wi-Fi motherboard. What am I using for power supply? I guess I'm going to use an NZXT 750 watt modular. Is that everything? RAM, storage, CPU, CPU cooler, case, power supply. I think that's everything. So I probably shouldn't stay up too late tonight. Mitch says be sure to tune in tomorrow. That should be 1 o'clock Arizona time. So don't worry about getting notifications. If you want to know the time difference between me and you right now, as this is live, it is 9:30 p.m. in Arizona. Currently, as I'm broadcasting on the 11th of March, 2021, live. But at any point in time, even if this wasn't live, you could go to Google, type in, what time is it in Phoenix? Or what time Phoenix? I guess is probably all you need. And it'll show you the time in Phoenix, and then you can add it or subtract it from whatever time you are so that you can align it to your time zone. Michael says I should not rely on the 8-ball tomorrow. Oh. Why not? This is helping me with tech support. Your Google Chrome won't open. Do I know why? Let's see. Cannot predict now. No, I don't know why. My sources say no. Concentrate and ask again. That's just rude. Skyforce says I'm 8 hours behind Sweden. Well, hopefully Thomas is excited. Like I said, I just have that little fan splitter to hook up. Not quite sure how I'm going to do that yet. I guess I have to figure out how I'm going to get in there. See, this is how it fell off. It is a tight fit. Where is it going? It's my only complaint about this case. I wish the top came off, because if this top came off, it'd be super easy to work on. But a lot of connectors on mini ITX boards are right up at the top. And so I have to get my hand way up in there. Okay, that better be the right plug, because that's gonna suck to put that back on. Yeah, that's the right one. And then that goes on the other end of the fan splitter. Oh good, one's a 4-pin fan and one's a 3-pin. Yeah, won't matter. Plug that in there. And now this has to go back in and onto that connector. Now I'm not quite sure how I'm gonna pull that off. Actually, I pulled it off just fine. It's putting it back on, that's the problem. Now I'm gonna do this. If this top came off, it would be so easy. Barely an inconvenience. But no, they had to rivet. They could have put some screws in here instead of rivets. Why? Why'd you do this to me, NZXT? Why you gotta do me like that? What have I ever done to you? Okay, I don't know which way this goes now. Does it go up or down? Up or down, I don't know. Ah, the groove is on the top. Ugh, this sucks. This is the worst part of this case. And it's not like this motherboard is unusual in location of the fan headers and plugs. They're typically located across the top of a mini ITX board, and NZXT like, oh, are they? Well, we don't want to interfere with how our design looks. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm going to do this. I either have to pull the fan off and then take the heatsink off, which is not a big deal. I just don't want to. It's about the principle of the thing. I should be able. I'm going to take that connector in there. I'm going to turn it around, flip it the right side up, and then push it back into the plug, into its connector. I'm not sure how I'm going to pull that off. For my next trick, don't know how I'm going to do that. It's going to rotate you this way. It doesn't want to go the direction I want it to go. Oh, this sucks. If I just took the damn fan off and the heatsink out, I'd probably be done by now. Just being stubborn. Where's the clips? Oh, so I got it there, but it's upside down. Of course it's going to be upside down. It's easy, they said. Anybody can do it, they said. You just need the hands of a 12-year-old. Okay, now it's not upside down, it's sideways. It's completely wrong. Can I come at it this way, maybe? Yeah, no. Just take the heatsink off, Carey. No. I'm so close. I'm so close. See, I need this end of the plug to face up. I kind of feel like it should be a way for me to get at it this way, just the way I took it off. But it's trying to twist down, and I'm trying to keep it with these grooves facing up. If this top came off, I'd just plug it in. Just be super easy. Why they have to use rivets? Why they do that? Because I think it's hilarious to watch people like me struggle. They're like, look at this. Did you see this YouTube video? Did you watch him try to plug that in without taking out the heatsink? What an idiot. This guy says he's been building computers for 30 years. He's probably been building the same one based on what I'm seeing. It's not done yet. Still trying to get the fan header on. There's a new CPU out before he gets that done. Graphics cards are already back in stock. Oh, you guys are hilarious. No, 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 no. Oh. Take the heatsink off. No. Now it's personal. I think I want to take the heatsink off. Okay, first of all, unplug it. That should have been done. Heatsink's going to come right off in like 2 seconds anyway. Take the lower part off of here, and then the upper part off. Fan bracket right there. Even that's kind of tight, but it's easier than what I was doing. And I can just let that hang there, that's fine. And then we've got the 2 screws on this, the same Noctua cooler we just used. Probably shouldn't use a power driver on it, but I'm taking the screws out with it, so. You should probably lay this flat. If you're gonna work on it, lay it flat, don't keep it upright like I have it. Now, as long as I'm going to put this right back on exactly the way it came off, I don't have to reapply any thermal material. Most of it's on there. Doesn't really look like there's much on there. I might just want to reapply it because I might have gone a little too light on it. I don't know, it's hard to know. But this little connector that I've been struggling with, now I can reach in there really easily. And I still can't see it. Okay, that's on now. And then we'll push the slack out the back. Jack, don't have a heart attack. Why is it going the wrong way? Why you gotta be difficult like that? I intentionally bought shorter fan splitter cables so I wouldn't have to deal with so much cable management, but the downside is they're not as flexible. They're a little more rigid. See, I don't like the way that's wrapped around that way. It needs to go this way. It needs to be twisted so that it doesn't intertwine with the other cable. All right. I don't know about that thermal compound though. I mean, I do see a lot of it on here. Looks like most of it got pushed to the edge. I might as well reapply it. I mean, I'm in here. Might as well. I kind of feel like there should be more on there. I don't know why I did that. Don't mind me, I'm just mumbling to myself. So, you know, should be used to that by now. Yeah, I was a little stingy with the thermal compound. How come? A lot came off. It just didn't look like there was much. Well, I don't want to confuse those two. Watch watch me dip my Q-tip into the Gatorade. You know I need some time off. Shiny. Got some stuff off that time. What do you do for a living? Well, I take Q-tips and I dip them in rubbing alcohol and I wipe down electronic parts. Oh, you're some kind of maintenance person? Yeah, like a computer janitor, I guess you could say. Oh, is there another word for it? Yeah, we call it IT. Do you like take out the trash? Well, yeah, I mean, we empty recycle bins, if that's what you mean. Delete temp files. Do you like do anything with Windows? Oh, you have no idea. Is there like a janitorial closet you have? Oh yeah. Yeah. What's in there? Wires. Lots of wires. Wow, that's still really coming out dirty. I'm surprised. Do you do like mopping and stuff like that? No. We have to do everything with a toothbrush and a Q-tip. They don't give us mops. This is bugging me because every time I clean it, more stuff comes off. But it like to the naked eye, it looks perfectly clean. So I'm going to keep doing this until the Q-tip comes up clean. Okay, now we're good. I'm going to lay this flat so I can apply the thermal compound correctly and not have to worry about the heat sink falling off. So there's not going to be a lot for you to see, but you know the routine, don't you? If not, I've got plenty of videos that show it. Dr. Hull's been to surgery. Are you my next patient? You better hope not. Just unplug him and plug him back in again. He'll be fine. It'd be a lot better if I didn't have the graphics card in there. It's fine. It's fine. Thermal compound. Ooh. I just used it up. Someone call for a doctor? Please get up on the butcher paper. Oh, my legs don't go in the stirrups? I'm sorry, it's my first day. The young man across the street said, "Hey, I got a date tonight." And I said, "Well, let me give you some fatherly advice. If you're not in bed by 10, come on home." Okay, should be good. Which way do I want this to go? OCD is strong with this one. You know, technically it doesn't matter if it goes this way or that way. It's going to work exactly the same. Yeah, but I want the writing to face this way. Why? It just seems like that's the way it's supposed to be. Okay. Why do you care so much? This is to plug out a fan splitter. Aha. Take that. How you like me now? Oh, it's not level. Okay. Okay, is that what we're going to play? Is that how you want to do it? It's fine. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. He said he doesn't like it. Oh, who does he think he is? Ta-da! And that's how you plug in a fan splitter. Next, I'll show you how to plug in a span fitter. Let's make sure I didn't break it, because I know a guy. Is that everything? I think that's everything. I think I used all this up. I think. There's no way for me to tell without spilling it out, so I'll put it back in the drawer, and when you watch the next video and I squeeze it, nothing comes out, you'll say, remember when you thought that was empty? I'll say, no, I've slept since then. Okay, let's turn this back on. All right, here we go, turning it on. Is the fan running? Fan is running. Front fan is running and rear fan is running. So the fan splitter works. And we didn't break it. Look at that. Who knew? If we can rotate this, you might be able to get a look in there. See the front fan? CPU fan, rear fan, everything's spinning. Still dead quiet. I got some cable management to do back here with the fan splitter because it is a very short fan splitter. I'm gonna figure out how I want to route that. I might go underneath this cable to keep it tucked in. Yeah, but it's really very simple cable management, I will say that. I'm just telling you, if that top came off, my life would have been so much easier. I've said that more than once in my life. Okay, so let's turn it back off, hit the power button, cycles off, and it's already done. It's already off. That's all there is. It's all done. I'm done, finally. Now it's just, on both systems I've shown you, it's a little cable tidying. I really wish I had somebody to do that for me. I really wish I had somebody that was like, hey, I like doing cable management. Hey, come on over. Let me know when you have a spare 16 hours. I got some work for you. Here's a barrel of zip ties and some wire cutters. I'll see you in 16 hours. Then I might be caught up. Because Ison's calling out all the squirrels. Man, there's just squirrels everywhere. Michael Dane said, whoever said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results has obviously never had to reboot a computer. That's true. This is true. Is there a reason to update the case? It's a nice case. I think NZXT did a great job with this case, except they give us only one USB up here, type A type, and then there's a type C. So we're going to lose a USB port, which sucks. I would have liked to have seen two type A USB 3.0s, just like you see on the Corsair 200R. I would have liked to have seen these rivets replaced with screws so the top can come off. I would have liked to have seen them make the case 1.5 inches taller to accommodate a all-in-one liquid cooler at the top. At this time, it will accommodate one here at the front, vertically. But I would have liked the opportunity. Here's why I say it. If NZXT intended for, let's say, a 240, 260, 280, whatever, millimeter fan, a 280 millimeter fan to get up here, then it would have been inherent in that design for the top to come off, because NZXT has done that with their like H700 case, right? It's not foreign to them. It's not like, hey, we never thought the top could come off. They know that. They've done that with other case designs. Why did they change it here? And I mean, it's already so big for a mini ITX. Why not you know, what's another 1.5 inches in height? It'll make it easier to work on. I mean, what are we going for here? Are we going for versatility, or are we going for diminutive size? Because this is far larger than the Lian Li case that Mitch and I just completed on his birthday build. This is much, much larger than that, much larger. So we're obviously not going for diminutive size here. So if what we want to do is allow for a mini ITX board with plenty of room for cooling and other hardware, such as we don't have to use a small form factor power supply, that's a major, major problem solver for me. This case comes with an adapter you take out. Now you're not limited to the 4 small form factor power supplies you could pick from. Now you can pick from over 1,000 standard ATX power supplies, and it fits right in there. Now you can't do that on the case that Mitch and I used. It's not big enough. So your selection, your choice of power supply is a much wider variety when you can use a standard case power supply in here. So in doing so, you've already made the case wider, first of all. You're already going to make the case taller just to accommodate that part. So clearly, you're not going to get any awards or acknowledgments for the smallest ITX case. So that's off the table. So maybe you could make the most versatile ITX case by making it accommodate a liquid cooler for the front and the top at the same time. Now you can liquid cool your GPU with one and liquid cool your CPU with the other if you wanted to. Or you could have your choice if you position, you want your radiator on the top or on the front. That would have been nice. And then they would have made the top removable. So if you weren't using an all-in-one cooler, you have access to all the connectors that are on the top of every mini ITX board that they've made virtually impossible to get to. And then they put a stupid fan here, which I've removed. This fan is unnecessary. It's a waste of time. And if a fan was right here, I want you to picture a fan right where my hand is. Now, how are you going to get to anything ever again? Even if you want to change that fan because it starts making noise, you're going to be a while. But if the top came off, 4 screws, top comes off, 4 screws, fan comes out, new fan goes in, plugs in, top back on, 4 screws, in and out. Give me my 2 USB 3s up front, give me a removable top, and you know what, while you're at it, just make the case 1.5 inches taller, just because. So what? So now the case will be this big. All right? If you're like, no, that's too big. Oh, okay. Well, then just make the top come off so I can get to my wiring. Could you do that? Just change these rivets for screws and just get rid of this Type C port. Give me a Type A and include a little adapter or something, would you? Or give me the 2 USB 3s and give me the Type C. And by the way, where's my reset switch? We don't have that anymore? No? No? So if you don't have to work on this case, like you build your computer and let's say this is good for the next 8 years, fine. But doing any work on this is going to suck. It's going to take longer to do the same thing that any work on a Corsair 200R would take minutes. This will take hours. Like, it's that big of a difference. You saw what I had to go through just to plug on a fan header. That's all I did. And you saw everything I had to do that led to that. If this was on the 200R and I was plugging the same fan header on, it would have been 2 minutes. If you'd have blinked, you might have missed it. So there's a sacrifice you're paying to have these smaller cases, and it's not just about the price. It's about the ability to work within it, and then the heat-related issues that might result. That's why the 3070 just wasn't a good idea in here. But the 1660 is a perfect, it looks just perfect in there. So, okay, and then I did upgrade the power supply too. He's got a NZXT 750 watt. I think when we built it, we used that 500 watt or that 700 watt. I think that's what those spare power supplies were from. That's why it's good if you enjoy doing this kind of hobby, that if you do it for a living, you never have leftover parts. Everything is always inventory and it'll always get used. I don't know when and I don't know why, but I'll go through it. Go Shadow says, with my milling machine, I could fix the top of that case, and then my welder and some angle iron, I could make the case as tall as you wanted it, and paint may be a bit burnt. Actually, if you just drilled out the rivets, if that's all that's holding in, it looks like the motherboard tray may be riveted into it. See, the motherboard tray should come out. Even if the motherboard tray came out, that would be helpful. But everywhere there's a rivet here, 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 and here. And on the other side, we have a rivet here. Then there's a screw here that this red band that comes out. So there's just 2 rivets, one here to take out this side. And then the motherboard tray has 2 rivets. Well, if we replace those rivets with screws and then permitted this top to come off, keeping in mind that all the buttons, the button and the USB is all connected to the top. So it's not like we could, that's the other thing we'd have to, when NZXT cases allow the top to come off, then the front port I/O here is screwed down into a support. It's not connected to the lid. The lid has holes and it just lines up, and it typically doesn't screw down with NZXT. Like if you look at the H700, it just snaps down. Look at the original Threadripper build from a few years ago. Installing a water cooler in that was the easiest water cooler radiator installation I'd ever installed. So they know how to do it. They just decided not to. They put a form over function decision here that doesn't make sense to me. They're so close to having an amazing case. As far as mini ITX cases go, this is one of my favorites, but it's not beyond improvement. And the improvements are very minor. The same way that we can pull this cover off. I can grab this under here, I can pull this off. Why can't I do that with the lid? Why, on the NZXT 700, the lid just goes on the same way? It's an ITX motherboard. Have they never worked on one before? And there's a filter back, behind that has to get changed from time to time. Okay, Thomas, if you're still watching, you got to remember that every 6 months, every year, go in here, take this filter out. It's got a couple clips on each side. Take the filter out and clean it, because that fan is going to draw dust towards the case. And if this filter gets plugged up, it's going to suffocate the computer and you could have heat issues. I need to unplug this because it's not allowing me to turn. Let me step around so I can see what I'm doing here. I wish this was magnetized. I don't know why they went with clips. The clips are kind of a pain, but you're going to line it up. Okay, that's in. And that lines up. Push it on. There it is. And again, cable management on this is going to be one of the easiest cable management jobs ever, because NZXT provides you those cable tracks, and there's not many cables to begin with because it's a modular power supply. So all these cables we don't have to manage. And then they give you that little area to tuck in cables. It's a big area to tuck in cables where they won't be seen from this side. I think it's well done. It's very close to being a fantastic case. It's a good case. It's this far away from being a great case. Peter Laycock joins us. Hey, Peter, he's contributed 50 pounds. He says, hey, good morning, Carey, and everyone in the chat from Bonnie, Scotland. Good to see you, my friend. Pratap Gunrun contributes $5. Thank you, Pratap. Trollian says, the clips on that filter are probably cheaper than magnets. Yeah, and the clips will break and the magnets won't. Again, that would have been a nice touch. It's it's like an $80 case. It's a bargain at $80. But again, magnetic fan removable top, and if they made it a little taller, it wouldn't bother me. If they didn't make it any taller, just make the top come off, and I'll, at least you could still put a liquid radiator vertically there if you want one bad enough. I'd be okay with it. Just, a couple of minor little changes where they don't have to retool the factory. Just don't use rivets, use screws. Leave it, just use screws. And as far as that filter, just make a different filter with magnets. They already do that anyway. It's nothing new for them. What's NZXT's CEO name? Johnny Howe. All right, Johnny. You watching? Johnny? Telling you, you'd have a lot happier customers. See these rivets here on the top? Make them screws. Fan clips or clips on the fan filter, magnets, just like you do your other cases. Top needs to come off, just like you do your other cases. You're so close to having an amazing case. 2 USB 3.0s on top. Don't steal one. That's not cool. When I plug that USB 3.0 into a connector, that connector provides 2. But you're only giving me 1. Where's my other one going, my friend? You're cutting costs? Did I say cost was a problem? Who'd you cut costs for? For people to complain? People don't know. You got to make these decisions for them. Screws, not rivets. Screws. Make your case versatile. I'm sure Johnny's watching right now on the edge of his seat taking notes. You're welcome, Johnny. That's a $10,000 business consultation on the house. He couldn't hear me over the counting of his money. Greg says NZXT is busy replacing out replacement cables for their fire-prone H11 cases. Yeah, you might have heard a word or two about that on Gamers Nexus. Michael Dane says, one thing about Asus motherboards is there's not enough fan headers. I've seen Asus motherboards that have 13 fan headers on them. Many ITX cases by design generally only have 2. There's just not a whole lot. Can you even see the motherboard in there? It's not a whole lot of room to work with. The fact that they can do that is incredible. And you shouldn't really need that many fans if you have a good case. 1 rear exhaust fan and 1 fan bringing air in, just like any other case, is all you should need. You definitely don't need one at the top. That gotta go. Stop putting fans on the top of the case, Johnny. It's a waste of money. Put that fan in the front, not in the top. This is in the way. Johnny, you're welcome to invite me. I am inviting you to join me, and we'll build in one of these cases. I want you to show me how it's done. Okay? It's an open invitation at your convenience, all expenses paid, on me. I will fly you out. I will put you in a nice hotel. I'll even come to the hotel with the cameras. This sounds suspicious. It's all on the up and up, Johnny. I'll pay for it. I'll cover all the expenses. And then you show me how to build in this case. I want to watch you do it. Richard Angeline contributes $5. He says, great late night stream from Pennsylvania. Hey, Richard, thank you for supporting the channel. James Duffy said an SD card slot would be nice. No, don't listen to him. No, you want an SD card slot? You go on Amazon. And you buy a USB SD card slot. And then when you want one, you plug it in. Now you have an SD card slot. Okay? Now, if it's a laptop, this can be a bit more inconvenient to carry around and lose. So if you're doing video editing like I do, it's really nice when a laptop has a built-in SD card slot. But this does not need that. What happens with these USB devices is sometimes they get messed up logic-wise, and I found you have to unplug them and plug them back in again, which means going in, taking the panel off, pulling the USB cable off the header, plugging it back in again. It's a nightmare. This is the way to go. This is a Sony SD card reader, and it's really, really fast. They're like 30 bucks. They're not cheap, but they're fast. This will read the data off your SD card faster than those cheap ones, which are usually what's built into cases that include them. Yeah, let people who want SD card slots add them. Don't force us down. Don't force that down my throat. That's just another thing to break. It's unnecessary, and dust is gonna, with everything being on top, dust is gonna get in there. USB solution is portable. You can use it on multiple machines. You can use it whenever you need it, and you don't have to worry about having to unplug and replug it in. If there's a logic error, just try a different USB port in the back. Plug it in this one. Oh, there it works again. It's all about the engineers. No, probably the engineers were probably like saying what I'm saying. And somebody in management said, well, what's that going to cost? And what does it change the price per unit? And, it's all corporate, bureaucratic nonsense. Let's get a focus group with a bunch of morons. I've never seen a focus group with intelligent people. I think intelligent people don't belong to focus groups. Hey, would you like to take a study? I'm busy, I'm working, I have a job, I'm intelligent. Hey, I play games all day and I'm not working, so what's this? You want my opinion on something? Yeah, it's a focus group. We want to get your opinion on computer cases. You know about computer cases? Oh yeah, sure. Oh yeah, I built a computer. Yeah, I did that in 2001. Yeah, it was super easy, barely an inconvenience. I'd love to give you my opinion on your case. Great, you'll decide for millions of people. I'm the right person for that job because I got nothing going on. I think that's the way it happens. It's just my imagination, but I think that's how they get focus groups. Excuse me, I'm new, just a tourist. I'm looking for the library. Would you like to be part of a focus group? Is it free? We'll pay you. Is it far? We'll drive you there and bring you back. What's it about? Does it matter? I guess not. Do you like this in red and black or in black and red? Oh, it's got to be black and red. Okay. We're a company that's too afraid to take any risk. So we're going to find a small portion of people and pretend like they represent the majority of whatever they say represents the majority of what other people would say. And we won't invoke any of our own personal choices or design elements that we choose as a company to move boldly forward. No. We want to be as homogenized as possible. We want to dilute to the lowest possible denominator to move as many cases as possible in the cheapest process of manufacturing that doesn't cost us an arm and leg in arriving damaged or breaking over time. So where's that line? Let's ride on top of it. Let's not over-engineer it. Let's not build it out of materials that are far superior to what we need, because that'll raise the price. And consumers today, they don't know value. They only know price. So if we can build something cheap and sell it cheap, they'll buy a lot of it. If we build something good and it's a little bit more money, oh, we're going to be fools. Johnny, you don't subscribe to that school, do you? Be bold. This is NZXT. This is how we roll. No focus groups. Just common sense. They're two different things. Frank, Jimmy says, I find your live streams riveting, especially tonight. Troll McTrollington says, focusing on the focus of the focus group. Dave Price says he wants a case that makes him coffee. I bet Bill, what's Bill's name in Minnesota? Bill does the custom. What's his name? Bill, is it Bill Evans? Bill Owen. If you go to LinkedIn and look up Bill Owen, he does custom computer cases for like maybe the folks over that make Cyberpunk or something want a case to promote their game. And then he works with these companies to develop custom one-off, very professionally made cases. So Bill is doing all the things you see me do, but then on top of that, he fabricates and modifies cases, which takes what I do and makes it look like I'm a complete idiot. Because he doesn't even talk about this stuff. Like, he just does this stuff. That's not even worth filming. It's the case modifications and fabrication that he does. It's incredible. Bill Owen, just look him up. He's in Minnesota. He's out of Minnesota. Look him up on LinkedIn and look at the quality of the work he does. And each machine is unique. Each one is a work of art. There's no two that he has done alike. And even if he did two alike, they would still be different because they're all handcrafted. So they'd never be exactly alike. He's an artist. I'd like him to build a custom case for me, but I don't know what to have him build. Maybe an 80s style retro arcade game cabinet? I don't know. I asked him if there was anything he ever wanted to build. Maybe I could finance it and use it for my channel. And he said he'd think about it, and we haven't talked since. But he doesn't look like he's having a difficult time finding work. MNPC Tech is the name of the company. That's what Perry mentions. Thank you, Perry. Have them take a part of an original IBM PC AT computer, pull the case apart without unplugging it. Oh, and watch what happens when you touch the wire going to the orange switch in the front of the case at 110 volts. AT style power supplies. You used to have to, when I installed a power supply, I used to have to plug 4 wires onto the back of the power switch. So the case was this tall, and it was a physical click on, click off. You know, it wasn't a push button, it was a toggle. And it had 4 spade connectors on the back. And then you would grab needle nose pliers, just like these. And you connected, I don't remember the colors. I think it was just black and white. And you connected, you know, the black on the top row and the white on the bottom row, something like that. So 2 by 2. And I did that one time in a hurry on a customer repair where I think I had a bad power supply. And it was a weekend at the retail shop. And I was like, oh, it's a bad power supply. And the power supplies were this big, by the way. They kind of had an L shape. They were kind of narrow at the bottom, and then they kind of went off and got big. So they're about that big, as I recall. And they were heavy, and they probably weigh 8 pounds. Same 4 little screws that we use today holding in these little power supplies, held in these big heavy ones. And I grabbed my needle nose pliers. I'm like, yeah, it looks like a bad power supply. And I didn't unplug it. And I went to the switch and I pulled the wire off. And when I did it, I used the case as leverage to bend, to free the spade connector. Spark in a piece of the needle nose pliers arced across the room. It's just this glowing piece of metal. And all the power went out to the building. Now, thank goodness that you have rubber handles, because I didn't get electrocuted, but I was very embarrassed. It was the weekend, and only the janitor had the keys to the fuse box to flip the circuit breaker back, and the janitor had the day off. So everybody was in the dark. In the meantime, it was daylight, so I still had enough light to work. And I unplugged it, changed the power supply, hooked the wires back up, plugged it back in, but I couldn't test it because it's the weekend. And that pair of pliers had a big old gouge out of it from, I don't know, it like welded a piece of those pliers out. Just an arcing piece. I'll never forget that glowing red ember arcing across the room, and then all the lights going out and the loud bang. The good news that I am very proud to share with you is I only did that once, and I think it was 1992. So I've been pretty good for the last 29 years. I'll never forget it. And the customer was watching me the whole time. So embarrassing. And of course, how old was I then? I looked like a child. So 1992, I was 24 years old with the face of a 16-year-old. Yeah, not exactly instilling confidence in the people around me. So I know a thing or two about AT-style power supplies, if I don't say so myself. So I guess they got on the phone with the janitor. They were told where some spare keys were. They went out to where the fuse box was, unlocked it, flipped the breaker back on, closed it back up. We were without power for maybe 15 minutes, but there was a fear that we weren't going to get power back until Monday when the person with the keys showed up. Thankfully, the phone still worked. This is before everybody having cell phones. Cell phones were still like $2, $3 a minute back in the day, so only rich people had cell phones. Doctors, janitor didn't have a cell phone. Pretty sure they didn't pay him that well, because they didn't pay me that well. Just a little too confident. I was like, yeah, it's power supply, it's super easy. Just swap it out here. Will you wait? You can watch. It's 4 screws, 4 wires will be in and out. Plus, the connectors on the motherboard. But back then it was just one 20-pin connector, not a 24-pin connector. There wasn't a CPU power connector. And then you just plug in your hard drive and floppy drive. So it was all Molex connectors. No memory card readers. No Wi-Fi. No 80+ efficiency ratings. Because Ison says, I had a new floor where technician put 220 through the 110 circuit. Thankfully, nothing but my laptop was in. It jumped and made real pretty colors. Abdul Abzim Patel says, can I buy the 9900 KS build? The only 9900 KS build I'm aware of that I have is this one. That's my birthday. You want to buy my birthday computer? My $4,400 computer? This one. Is this what you're talking about? Or is there another one? Because the Nuka-Cola case has an 8086K processor, which is also as rare as a 9900 KS. PhotoRay mentions the era of pagers when you went to a nightclub and all the guys had a pager on their belt. I used to work with techs for a contractor, and those techs would be called for companies that the contractor serviced, but you didn't need somebody there all the time. So it wasn't uncommon for one tech to have 3 pagers, and when it went off, you go beep, 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 beep. The tech would look down and check each pager to figure out which one it is that's going off, and then look at the phone number and then go find a phone and then, yeah, what's going on? That's how that worked. And Saturday Night Live had a skit with Jimmy Fallon called, if you've never seen it, you'll find it here on YouTube. It's called Nick Burns, Your Company's Computer Guy. And he'll do that, he'll finish up something and He's like, oh, you know, just do that. And they're like, how do I do it? He goes, move, I'll do it for you. He's impatient. Let me just do this. And then, oh, beep, beep, beep. He checks which pager it is. Oh, okay, I gotta go. So I fixed your problem. Oh, by the way, you're welcome. It's the same thing over and over and over. He's got one where he's got Billy Bob Thornton plays his father, and he's a tech too. Oh, it's classic. Classic. If you've not watched the Saturday Night Live skits when Jimmy Fallon was part of the cast and he played Nick Burns, your company's computer guy, he played it like a real computer guy. Like, I knew people just like that. I might have been one just like that. I never carried more than 2 pagers. That was my limit. And even then it was unusual. 1 pager. I had an argument with the boss says, you're going to carry a pager. I said, what am I going to get paid? Well, if the pager goes off, well, on the weekend when you're off, you get time and a half for any work you do. I go, but what if the pager doesn't go off? Are you saying you should get paid for doing nothing? Yes. Well, that's preposterous. I go, well, hear me out. I have doctors that are clients of mine that need computer work. Those doctors, I've talked to them. They wear pagers. They're paid to wear the pager. They're paid to do nothing. In other words, if I can't go out of town this weekend, if I can't go to a party and get drunk this weekend, if I can't go to the movies and see a movie because anytime this pager might go off, I have to leave, then you need to compensate me for not doing anything. Yes, that's exactly what you're paying me for. It should be at least $1 an hour. $1 an hour to wear the pager. You're outrageous. Okay, I'm telling you, that's how it works. It's not how it works here. I go, then I'm not going to wear it. You pay me to wear it, or I don't wear it. Outside of business hours. This whole, if it goes off, you get time and a half. No. No, absolutely not. Name one other industry where anybody carries a pager where that's the process. It doesn't work that way. This is 1994, 1995. Why is everything with Carey an argument? I don't know. Why did people got to take advantage of me? How about you don't take advantage of me? How about you honor the arrangement that we made in the interview for what my job responsibilities were and what you were going to compensate me for in exchange? If you change one, you change the other. You can't change the job responsibilities and not change the compensation and think I'm going to be okay with it. Let's renegotiate. Everything's a negotiation with Carey. No, it isn't. If you stick to the terms, there's nothing to renegotiate. You're the one that's renegotiating, but you think you can do that without compensation. No. How is that fair? How is that in any way, shape, or form reasonable? Well, it's kind of like the Army. I'm like, no, it isn't. If I don't show up for work tomorrow, I'm not AWOL. You're not providing my clothes. You're not providing me insurance. If I go out in the parking lot and get hit by a car and I'm in the Army, they're going to take care of all my medical. They're going to feed me. They're going to house me. They're going to clothe me. They have me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You have me 8 hours a day, 5 days a week with no medical, no benefits, no sick time. And you're paying me, what was it, $12 an hour? But yeah, other than that, it's just like the military. Let's just say the bosses I had weren't the brightest. But I'm the one. I'm the pain. Nobody else is complaining. Well, that's because they're all sheep. They're all just happy to have jobs. I'll find another job. Where's the dignity? just like the military. I had 3 separate bosses at 3 separate jobs over the course of I don't know how many years. Say it was like the military, that I had to do what they told me to do. So by the time I had heard it the 3rd time, I already had my answer holstered. I already knew, and I fired back. This guy was such a jerk. This guy would say, hey, we're going out to a bar after work. You want to come with us? I'm like, no. Why not? Because I don't like you. Why would I want to hang out with you? You've chewed me out all day at work today. You've been nothing but hostile towards me. But at the end of the workday, we're friends. He's like, yeah, that's just work. I'm like, no, it's not just work. That's just you. So no, I don't want to go with you out to a bar after work. That's not just work. That's you. Hey, I heard from that guy. He wants to know how you're doing. Oh my God. Does that guy still work there? No, he retired. It's horrible. He's asking about me? Yeah, he likes you. Oh my God. Just tell him you couldn't talk to me. The guy won't let it go. Can I be your friend? Maybe you should have thought about that the way you were talking to me. I'm your boss and that's my job, but after hours I'm not your boss. No, you're still a jerk. You can be my boss and not be a jerk. I know it's possible. I've had bosses that weren't jerks before. It's not the job, it's you. You wonder why Carey's self-employed. I don't know. Have you heard some of his stories? Might be something there. I don't think he's employable. Well, not by corporate America anyway. That's a fair statement. Yeah. They don't want any independent thinkers. Do as you're told, just like the military. I can save the company money. You're going to make, if you save the company money, you're going to make the vice president look like an idiot and he's going to fire you. But this could save the company money. It's better for the economy. It's better for the ecology. It's more efficient. It's better for the customer. Carey, I'm not going to tell you again. You're not going to have some hotshot kid come in here and make the vice president look like an idiot. You're not going to be here very long. Now keep your head down and do what you're told if you want to stick around. That is not word for word, but essentially the discussion that I had with somebody who was looking out for me. He's like, you can't do that. You can't come in here and turn everything upside down. It doesn't matter if it makes sense. It doesn't matter how logical it is. You're going to embarrass somebody higher up. And when they find out it's you who did it, you're not going to be here very long. So just keep your mouth shut. So essentially what I ended up doing is I implemented this process that took 10 minutes instead of 2 hours, but they budgeted 2 hours of time for each. Basically, one of the things I did was when new laptops would come in, I'd get them unboxed. I'd have to reinstall Windows, basically wipe out the way it comes from the factory. These were IBM ThinkPads and Toshiba Satellite Protege. Anyway, so I'd get the batteries in and charge them up and put all the company software on it and align it to the company's protocols and procedures for software requirements before it would go out to typically upper management were the only people that had laptops. So these are people you got to get everything right with because this is all management. You're not giving a laptop necessarily to Joe Schmo or Joe employee or Joanna employee. It's going to somebody with power. And that never intimidated me. Maybe a little at first, but over a while, it's like, yeah. And instead of reinstalling Windows, I used Norton, well, at that time it was just called Ghost. G-H-O-S-T, General Hardware Oriented Software Transfer. It was the first time in my life that I could clone an operating system, which Microsoft said was not possible. So when I saw it and it worked, I said, well, I don't have to sit through all these installs. I can do it once for each model of laptop, save the image to a CD, label the CD, and stick it in a CD container. And we only had a handful of models of laptops, and they would change every year. So I kept the CDs for the older models because sometimes they came back and had to be reset. And I was allotted 2 hours of time to do each laptop. Well, once I did the 2 hours of a new laptop that I've never done before, I would, go through the process. But when I was done, I would image it with Ghost. And I would burn that image to a CD, not a DVD. These were CDs. And then when another one of those laptops came in, I would unbox it, plug it all in, restore the image. In 10 minutes, it was done. It was all done. So I was allotted basically 4 laptops a day, and I could do 4 laptops an hour. And I said, we could do this. And they said, no, you can't. And I said, yeah, but, and I said, no. And I said, yeah, but we don't do it that way. I go, yeah, but you say you don't do it that way. That's why you don't do it that way. Stop saying you don't do it that way, and it's real easy to do it that way. No, you and I need to have a talk. And then, I got the arm around the shoulder. Let's just go for a walk. He would have a cup of coffee. This guy, Carl, is great. He's an old man to me, I was like 25 or something. He had this belly, and he'd have his cup of coffee on his belly like this. And he'd say, let's just go for a walk. And he was a super nice guy. He's very, very patient with me. He'd say, you have to understand the way things work around here. So I said, what am I supposed to do? He goes, just put your head down and do what they tell you to do. I said, but what if I kept doing it this way and I didn't tell anybody? He goes, I'm glad to see you're getting it. So unauthorized, I was using software illegally in a corporate environment without anybody's knowledge. And I didn't work any harder than I had to. I did 4 laptops today. I remember the boss came over. What are you doing today? My work. It's like, well, somebody said you were just browsing the web all day. I'm like, well, who said that? Well, don't worry about that. What are you doing? I go, well, I'm on a break right now. He says, sure you are. I go, I am. I get a 15-minute break. If I smoked a cigarette, I'd be out every 10 minutes. Well, every hour for 10 minutes. I guess I should start smoking, then I can have a break? Is that what it is? Carey. I go, who complained? He goes, it doesn't matter. I go, it does matter. I said, I'm busy, I'm working. I don't have time to look around to see what other employees are doing. So who has that kind of time in their job to look and see what I'm doing all day, to make some sort of baseless accusation? I said, let me ask you something. Am I behind schedule? Nope. Am I caught up? It appears that you're caught up. I go, so why are we having this conversation? How does that happen if I'm not working? How is the work happening if I'm not doing it and I'm the only one who does it? How does that happen? Well, I'm just telling you what somebody said. I go, well, maybe you need to have a talk with them about maybe they need to focus on what they're doing a little bit more than what other people are doing. He goes, yeah, I'm going to have that conversation, but I just wanted to talk to you. I said, well, you and I having this conversation isn't helping me do any work, is it? How is this getting any work done? And he's just like, bye. Like, okay, so I go back to work? Yeah. And it was never brought up again after that. So strangely, I don't work in corporate America anymore. It's a mystery no one will ever really be able to resolve and will forever be a mystery of the universe. I wasn't raised like that. So this was all foreign. I thought if you had a great idea, you speak up. If you can improve something, save money, that's going to rocket ship you to the top of the company. They're going to recognize your talent, your out-of-the-box thinking, and you're going to be rewarded for that. And you're going to get raises based on how hard you work. No, no, no. I went to a job interview once, and this person said, I said, well, what are the hours of the job? They were looking for a computer person. And they said, well, there's no real specific hours to the job. Okay. But, here it comes. At the end of the year, the boss likes to see if you've spent an average of 50 hours per week. The boss likes that. You'll get a good raise. I said, well, this isn't the right job for me at all. And they were sort of like I slapped them in the face. What? We're interviewing you. You're not interviewing us. That's not what they said, but that was kind of the physical demeanor, physical body language. What do you mean this isn't the right job for you? I said, well, your boss, whoever owns the company, seems to reward people who dilly-dally rather than reward actual work being accomplished. So if it takes somebody 50 hours a week to do a job that should take 10 hours a week, what you're telling me is the person who takes 50 hours to do 10 hours worth of work is going to get the raise. And the person who's efficient and gets the 10 hours of work done in 10 hours is going to be punished and looked at as being lazy and not dedicated to the job. Therefore, this is not the right job for me. It was nice meeting with you. Thank you for your time. Have a nice day. And I got back up on my high horse and I went out. Like, nobody ever thought of that before? That's this a new idea to you? Are you new here? Because I had never seen this place. I'm just answering an ad in the paper. But yeah, I'm not going to work out well here at all. That's how it works. No. I should be rewarded for work I've done, not for how long it took me. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So I'm self-employed now and have been since, I want to say 1997. I think is when I finally had the guts to go full-time. But I was part-time from 95, 96, 97, and at some point in 97, decided I could tighten my belt and live off a little bit less just to have the freedom to sleep in, not be in traffic, not have to get dressed up every day. I'm losing an hour of my day in traffic each day. 1 hour there, 1 hour back. Plus there's like an hour for lunch. So it's plus the 8 hours you're putting in, that's 11 hours to your day. You're gonna sleep 8 hours. That's 19 hours. That leaves you 5 hours of your day for yourself to get up, get dressed, get showered, get out the door. And then what's on the back end of that when you get home, get undressed, have dinner, try to clear your mind of the politics and the bureaucracy of your job, and go to bed so you can do it all tomorrow. I don't care what that job pays. I'd rather be broke and self-employed. What's the price of sanity? What's the price of happiness? I was at Walmart the other day. I was looking for peace of mind and happiness. I was wondering what aisle that was under. Guy's like, oh, we're out of it. It's been out of stock since the pandemic. Yeah, figures. All right, guys, it's nearly 11 p.m. and I think Mitch is going to be over in like 12 hours. So I have a couple hours to wrap up what I need to wrap up here, start getting things set up for tomorrow. And Mitch will probably be over 11:30, I'm guessing. And we'll have that fun build to do with the Be Quiet 802. It's a pretty interesting case. I'm certainly not the first to review it. If you want to get a heads up to see how versatile this case is, just type in the Be Quiet 802 silent, and you'll see a number of big YouTube channels that have done reviews on it. And they didn't necessarily do a build in it. They just did a review on the case for half an hour. That's how versatile the case is. I'm not going to get into that kind of detail, but I'm going to build in it, and we'll see what that's all about. My thanks to Emil over at Be Quiet. He's been very, very friendly, and they keep taking my criticisms and coming back for more. I don't know why, but I'm grateful. Usually when a company sends you a product and you have criticisms of that product, they won't send you product ever again. It's like they want you to be their marketing department. They don't actually want an honest review. They want free marketing. And if the marketing you're giving them is negative, then they don't want to talk to you. But the folks at Be Quiet have been different. And the folks at Arico, I've been pretty hard on Arico, and they keep coming back for more. Okay. That's very unusual, and it makes me happy that we're actually getting and valuing reviews. It's not meant to be hurtful or nasty or disparaging. It's meant to highlight certain areas where I personally think it could use improvement. My perspective coming from a working computer technician and not a hobbyist. I'm thinking on scale. How hard would this be if you had 100 of these and you had to maintain these? Like this, if I had 100 of these to maintain in an office, the support expense on this is over the top for labor. Because, again, if the top came off, wouldn't be a big deal. So you got to scale everything bigger. Just ask yourself, what if I had 100 of these? What if I had 1,000? How many employees would I need, and what kind of budget would I need to have to keep them running? So when you do something as a hobby, you're generally just, a handful. Maybe one or two, whatever is in your house. When you do something for a business, you scale that much, much bigger, and it never ends. You're scaling it, and it's supposed to just get bigger and bigger and bigger. It's never supposed to get smaller. Business is supposed to grow, and you want to stay in business. So year after year after year, it just gets bigger, 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 bigger. Well, if you're being held back with things and it's slowing you down, it's reducing your progress. It's reducing the productivity. It's reducing the amount of money you can make. So when I'm giving a review, I feel like, okay, this is coming from a working computer tech that understands scale. When you're watching a hobbyist, you're understanding one person's perspective on one machine, and that may be all that matters to you as a viewer because you're just going to buy one machine. But knowing now the difference, because I started as a hobbyist, what I can tell you is everything that works well for business works well for home users. But it does not work the other way. And home users don't get that. And maybe they don't have to. But if home users adopted all the corporate policies, procedures, and reasoning, the home users would save money. They wouldn't spend as much for unnecessary nonsense and crap. They'd have less problems. And, they'd have more uptime and less frustration with the computer. Generally speaking, corporations have to minimize cost. IT doesn't make them money. That's a cost center. So, you want to get reliable machines that are easy to work on and quick and all the same as much as possible, so that the training is simple. You can get somebody in, you get them trained, they get to work right away. You don't want to spend 2 weeks in training. No, we want to get them working today. And you might have 3,000-4,000 employees. Each one of those employees needs a computer. They don't get to pick which computer they have, or that's going to be an IT support nightmare. They all have to be the same or a part of a family. For example, the engineering department might have one kind of computer. The managers may have the latest and greatest computers generally, and then the employees will get the current generation or the previous generation. So at most, you might have 5 or 6 different possible configurations in a company with thousands of people. This works for home users. But home users like overclocking, and each piece of silicon is different, and each one is different results, and it's unreliable, it's unpredictable. Liquid cooling is unnecessary. RGB lighting is unnecessary. Case windows are unnecessary. We had employees that would steal the RAM out of the workstations. And the way that the company dealt with it is they handed us all a security bit. Bits, those little things you put on the end of the screwdriver, these things. This is a little bit right here. They handed us a security bit, and it was a little triangle. It was a weird looking, it looked like a triangle. And they said, here's a bag of screws, and you're gonna go to every computer, every workstation, and you're gonna take out the 2 screws on the panel that gives you access to the RAM, and you're gonna throw those away, and you're gonna use these screws with this security bit. Now, you're responsible for this security bit. If you lose it, you might lose your job. And so we had to visit, hands-on, every single workstation because some employees, and we don't know who it was, were opening up the computers and stealing the RAM, which was very expensive. That works for home users too. A lot of home users, they open up something, they start tinkering in there, and they break it. It's a great way to learn, but it can be a pretty expensive way to learn. So all of the things corporations did and the reasons they did them all work well for home users. But home users don't understand scale. So when I see some of these content creators on YouTube that are home users and they're, they're giving advice based on this one right here. I like this one. I like this overclock. I like this RGB. I like this cooler. Okay, let's pretend you're the CEO of a company with over 100 employees, and every one of those employees has a computer, and it's your job to maintain all 100 computers by yourself. Do you still like the overclock? Do you still like the RGB? Do you still like the weight of the case? Do you still like getting in there to work on it? How stressed out are you going to be when you're the only one and you're responsible for all these computers? Aren't you going to think, well, we could save a lot of money if we went with like a Corsair 200R with all the flash. We could save the company money. It's easier to work on. We make them all the same. Don't do anything crazy and expensive and stupid that's going to result in a support call because we're already buried in support calls with regular problems, right? Hard drives die, power supplies die. That's going to happen. Again, as you scale up, you're going to see that more often. When does it get to be a point where you're like, well, I need to hire another full-time worker, and you've got to explain you need another $40,000 to $60,000 a year in the budget because the computers you selected require more support. At some point, somebody running the numbers is going to say, I think we need to replace the computers. Let's spend $60,000 a year replacing the computers with something more reliable so we don't have OSHA and the burden of an employee. That's the connection I'm trying to bridge here on this channel. I'm not trying to shove it down your throat. I just feel like, how come nobody's talking about this? Why is it just me? How come nobody talks about scale? Nobody mentioned it to me when I was a home user, but there was no internet, but nobody mentioned scale. So there I am, I'm a home user and I'm at the office and I'm like, well, why don't we just make the backups right here? Look, you idiot. How's that gonna work when you're backing up 1.21 gigawatts? I don't know. I never backed up that much. And how are you going to get it from here? What if somebody breaks in here? What if there's a fire? What if a competitor steals it? What then, smart guy? Well, that's not a problem I have at home. It isn't. But if you follow these protocols and procedures we have here at your house, they would benefit you. So instead of arguing for the way you do it at home, listen to what we're telling you, because there's very logical reasons why we do it this way. And it will benefit you as a human being in your own personal life to understand it. And then I went, I am skeptical. And after banging my head against the wall for a few months, I said, this totally makes sense. They said, welcome aboard. Then I said, other people need to know this. And I'm trying. I've been trying ever since then. Corporate America is buying Dells. Dell and HP, PC sales have gone up. I think there was 270 million PCs sold last year. And that's not just Dell, that's everything. Can you imagine 270 million computers sold last year? I'm gonna do the math on this. We're gonna get a little nerdy here. We're gonna get nerdy. Okay, 270, and then how many is million? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I think that's right. 270 followed by 6 zeros. We're going to divide that by 12 months. That's 22.5 million computers a month being sold. We're going to divide that. Is it fair to say 30 days? No. I suppose 12 times 30. 360. There's 365 days a year. It doesn't have to be precise. I mean, it's not like there wasn't 270 million in 5. There might have been. They're rounding it. Let's start again. 270 million. So 270, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And let's divide it by 365 days a week. That's assuming that we're working 7 days a week, even on holidays. That is 750,000 computers sold each day. 739,726 computers sold each day of last year. How'd you like to be that IT guy? Now, you can Google this. You can go to Google. And we'll say, how many computers were sold in 2020? And the first link, PCs sold at Statista, is in 2020, approximately 275.15 million PCs were shipped around the world. And they've been tracking this since 2006. Oh, they want me to pay money for this? Get out of here. Get up and out of here with your eye holes. So in 2019, PC shipments surpassed 261 million units, which was a 0.6% growth from 2018. Gartner is usually the people that do the statistics, but Gartner isn't the only one. Laptops in 2020, you're looking at a total of about 218 million laptops were forecasted to be shipped, with nearly 160 million tablet units shipped the same year in 2020. It seems like a lot. In 2019, there were over 2 billion computers worldwide. including servers, desktops, and laptops. Okay, how many numbers are in a billion? Hold on a second. I gotta figure this out. So let's say this computer right here, let's just say that's one computer, because you know it's one computer. And then let's multiply that by 2 billion. Are you starting to understand the word scale? Okay, so 2 billion. So that's 2 followed by 9 zeros. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 9 zeros. That's 2 billion. That's 2,000 million. What? There are 2,000 million computers in the world. IT is dead, though. Yeah, all those computers always work. They never break anymore. Nobody ever has problems with viruses, malware, power supplies failing, motherboards failing, RAM is failing. That doesn't happen anymore. There's no reason for anybody to be in IT. There's never new computers that need to be configured, and old computers have to be taken out and wiped and secured and recycled or reused. That just doesn't happen anymore in 2021, so just forget your career in IT. Idiots. Sorry, did I say that out loud? But it's the internet, which is chock filled of accurate information. Richard Angeline contributes $5. He says it's a great late night stream. Oh, I mentioned that one. And then he contributed again, but then the message was retracted, so I don't know what he said. But thank you for the support. Paid IT is dead. There were these, this is my opinion on this matter, there were these people who called themselves techs, who were never techs. And what they would do is they would fix residential Windows-based issues, maybe registries issues, or maybe the customer needed a reinstall, because that's what every tech does, right? And when Windows 10 really showed this stability, their work kind of dried up. That kind of work, that Windows support-based work, kind of stopped. And as people started relying more on their smartphones because they realized they didn't need a content creation device that a PC is. And there's many people who are intimidated by all the wires they get plugged in. So, you know, they get a laptop, there's no wires. That's why they buy the laptop. They're not using it portably, they just don't want the wires. So you got those customers. And you have other customers that are like, ah, tablet's all I need. I can check my email and do what I need. Because they're consumers. They don't need a creation device. And those devices are much more reliable, not prone to viruses and stuff like a PC. So for those wannabe techs, or those people that call themselves techs, they were never techs. Not my definition of the word they weren't. They were doing a part of the job. And when that part went away, to their limited vision, they said, IT is dead. But in the meantime, IT has grown and grown and grown. The number of computers in use in corporate America is bigger now than at any time in human history. And the size of the IT departments that these corporations need to have in order to maintain their infrastructure, their data backups, their data security, oh my gosh, data security is off the charts, but that's a lot more complicated than fixing somebody's Windows registry. Any kid going to college now studying IT security has got a very strong future ahead of them, for sure. Security is big. Backing up data, network infrastructure, network architecture. The complexities of having thousands of employees utilizing different software applications company-wide to do company work. I don't know if you can imagine the kind of IT support that's needed, but it's much greater today than ever before. It is the exact opposite. There are more computers to service. The problems are more complex. And it requires real technicians to do the work. Not these folks who just kind of did registry stuff or Windows reinstalls for home users. Those people, in my book, were never techs to begin with. If you're a real tech, the more complex it is, the happier you are. You're like, ooh, let me solve this one. When you start getting into some of these big intranets and internets and VLANs and all this smart hubs, smart switches rather, and encryption, it is so complex and it is so much work that most places are having a hard time finding IT people when they're looking for them. But IT is dead. So here's what I have to say. If you're somebody saying IT is dead, then it is dead to you, because I wouldn't hire you. You have a bad attitude, and you obviously don't believe that there's any work in IT. So you have created the very thing that you've imagined, but it only affects you. The problem is when you then go and tell some person who looks up to you because you're a computer person, they think you're a computer person, they respect your knowledge. They say, this guy's a smart guy. I was thinking of changing careers, but he tells me IT's dead, so I guess I'm gonna not do that. You are doing a huge disservice to your fellow human being because you're not being truthful. You're not even being truthful to yourself. You are prophesizing your own failure. You are basically justifying your attitude to an industry that you have decided you no longer want to be a part of. So anybody in the industry doesn't want to hire you. Why would I want to hire somebody with a bad attitude? So you're going to say, there's no IT. I apply for IT jobs. Nobody's hiring. Well, we're not hiring you, but we're hiring. I have a friend who's been in the IT department at a company for 25 years. And they'll likely be there until they retire. Never once has that person said there was nothing to do at work today. They are so stressed out. They're being hammered on from 18 different directions every minute of the day, every single day. They're salaried, so days could be 17 hours long, and that's pretty common. But don't worry, there's no work in IT. Yeah. Well, for people who believe that, they're absolutely right. There's no work in IT for those people. Matt Power says, you're not a tech if you don't carry Band-Aids. Well, I don't know that you have to carry them, but they should be, you should know where they are at all times. You know, if many of these people in IT had a minute of spare time, they might actually speak up and let people know there's plenty of work in IT. But they're so busy working, when they get home, the last thing they want to do is jump on the internet and talk to a bunch of people about whether or not there's work in IT. There are those who do it, and there are those who talk about it. And those who do it are often not the ones talking about it. Look around, look on YouTube. How many people that actually do something for a living make videos about it? Yeah, there's some car repair guys that do car repair for a living. There's a couple computer repair folks that, guys and gals, by the way. When I say guys, you know, it's just people, right? It's how we used to use the word back in the 80s. Guys. Hey, you guys could be. Anyway, aside from the political correctness, the people that create content are usually more artistic people actually showcasing what they do for a living, showing you how to actually do stuff. Like there's a handyman guy who shows how to like fix faucets and change out electrical outlets. And he'll tell you, I'm just a hobbyist, I don't do this for a living. And I watch his videos and I'm like, yeah, I can tell. Because there's no way I'd let you work, you know, if you did that, I would, you know, at my house, we'd have words about, I'd have to correct you. How you do it at your house is one thing. If you have a real electrician, here's one for you. I want you to look around your house and I want you to look at, here's where OCD is going to come in. You're going to love this. Let me see if I can get the camera bigger on my side. And then I'm going to wrap it up after that, after I make this point. You see this wall switch here? I want to zoom in on it. I want to show you the difference between a handyman and an electrician. A real electrician will tell you, will verify what I'm about to tell you. In fact, if they don't verify it, then I don't think they have a professional education in basic home electronics. If I can get this to focus, hold on a minute. We'll see how many of you may already know this. Do you notice anything about that? Is there anything that stands out on this? Anybody? Look around in your home. Does anybody notice anything? You gotta have OCD. You gotta look for it. I'm gonna leave it there and let you look at it. It's a little tiny detail that's important to a good electrician that a home user is oblivious to. Look at the screws. And notice the position of the screws. It's not that all the screws are the same. It's that they're all up and down, up and down. On every wall outlet in this house, they're up and down. And if I walk into somebody's house and I notice their wall outlets, the screws are in different positions, or they're turned horizontally, even if they're all the same, they're in the wrong position, then I know a professional didn't do that job. The homeowner probably did it, or a friend did it, or a handyman did it. And I was at a friend's house, and he's got this big, beautiful house. I call it a shopping mall. It's a gigantic house. And I, used the bathroom, and when I went to touch the light switch on the bathroom wall, the screws were all just like this. So I got done, I went out and I said to the homeowner, I said, did you do the electrical in this house yourself? He said, yeah, me and my brother did all the electrical in this house. And then I kind of looked at the wall outlets down below and the walls and all the screws, vertical. I said, where did you learn to do that? He goes, oh, that's just standard electronics education. I go, well, you have an education in electronics? He goes, no, I'm just a hobbyist, but I've studied it. And I know that's part of the training that folks in construction that are, doing electrical work, journeyman electricians and stuff like that, will tout that. So when I just switch off, every outlet, every wall plate in every house that I live in, they're all going to be like that. Because if they're not, I'm going to put them that way. Does it matter? Does it change the reliability of anything? No. But this is a message. This is a message that says the person who did this knew what they were doing. And if these are not this way, then the person who did it did not know what they were doing, and now I wonder what it's going to look like behind here. If this isn't done right, and this is something very minor that doesn't matter, then what does that say about the stuff that does matter that that's covering up? That frightens me and keeps me up at night. If I stay at a hotel, those better be in the right place, or I'm going to have a real edgy feeling about how shoddy workmanship, you know, what's going on here. Those are signs. They're little things regular folks don't even think twice about. But if you're in it as a career, that tells you information. That's conveying information that other people are missing entirely. There's a whole message being sent right here to somebody who knows to listen for it. And most people walk ignorantly by it. And these are the people who might be victims of electrical fires or short circuiting or other electrical related issues, and other times maybe not. You know, maybe it is right and just the person didn't put screws in. It's not a guarantee. Either way, it's not a guarantee, but it is a reassurance. Hey, whoever did that, like I noticed it. How many people do you think went into my friend's house? Out of all the people he knows, family, how many people do you think said, hey, did you do this? Well, apparently he and his brother had a discussion about it when they were doing it. They were doing the work together. And do you think anybody cares? But if you do it for a living, you'll care. So when I talk about working as a computer technician, and I talk about things you guys think don't, it doesn't matter. It does. When you scale it, it matters. And those little things are early warnings of when you're going to work on a computer, let's say, and there's screws missing from it, and somebody just brings it to you like that, and you're like, oh, I'm ready. There's a message just without any words. They just set it down in front of you and you just look at it. And you're like, this one's going to take some time. I already know. I can tell by looking at it before. You don't have to say a word. You don't have to say a word. I already know. So it's just little things like that that somebody in a career might notice and might glean information from. Like I said, it's not a guarantee, but it's often pretty accurate to set your expectations about what's behind it. So if screws are missing off the panel, okay, what's behind the panel? And if you happen to have OCD and I just told this to you, I am sorry. You have to go through your whole house now and adjust those. I'm so sorry. You know, the problem is it's one thing to learn something, but unlearning it, oh man, that's a tough one. So let me just apologize right up front to my fellow OCD sufferers. And by the way, turning the screws straight up doesn't solve what's happening behind that. So the fact that they're not straight up and down, now somebody should inspect that. Hire a professional, unless you know exactly what you're doing. But if you knew what you were doing, then why are the screws not straight? So let a professional do it. John Williams says, I went into my neighbor's house to install a new dishwasher, and the previous owner used an extension cord down to the basement and plugged it into an outlet that had no ground wire. You know, it's fine. Sure, it'll be fine. In Europe, there are no screws. I think there are screws. What's holding it to the wall? You probably have a, what's the word called? It's a faceplate that covers the screws, and if you snap the faceplate off, it usually pops off. There's screws behind it. I don't know if there's any rules for the orientation of the screws behind a wall plate that nobody sees. I suspect there wouldn't be. But there's a word for that. Fascia? Something like fascia. Six screws for one outlet. Why? In America, it's standard code for switches to have a screw above and below each switch. If it were a wall outlet, we'd only need one screw between the two outlets. But on a switch, if there's two switches, there should be a switch above and below, a screw above and below each switch. That is, I don't know if that's a code, like a safety code, or if it's an aesthetic. I don't know, because I'm not a professional electrician. But it would look funny if you had 5 screws, and you can't really put screws in the middle because this is a big junction box in here. So the junction box doesn't have supports that would then, you could put a screw between the switches. That's not how American junction boxes are manufactured. And for safety reasons, and to avoid short circuiting, I imagine, and I'm just using my imagination, that when you've got wires coming into the sides of each one of these switches, there's wires potentially on both sides of both switches. And you don't want those wires to touch anything metal. There's high voltage going through there. So you need the screw above and below. And with a wall outlet, you can go right through the center between the two outlets and have one screw hold the wall plate on. But they have wall plate designs that will cover up the screws. But generally behind that faceplate, you'll see there's still a screw above and below. The switches themselves, what these are screwing into here isn't the wall. They're screwing into the switch. And maybe that's what you don't understand. Those screws, like if you strip one out, you don't have to replace your wall. You just go buy a new $5 switch, put it in there, and you're back in business again, because there's a screw that holds the switch into the junction box. I wish I had one to show you, but you can Google an American light switch. It's got 2 holes. One is it's got 2 holes above the switch and 2 holes below the switch. So the first hole above and below the switch mounts the switch to the junction box. The second set of holes is for the faceplate to cover the junction box and the switch. Now, if you have a bedroom in America where a switch on the wall activates an outlet in, let's say, the room doesn't have any overhead lighting, so you've got a lamp plugged into the wall outlet, and you hit the switch on the wall, and as long as the outlet's in the on position, you can control the light turning on and off with the switch plugged into that one outlet. How would you know that? Like if you just bought a house and a room has one outlet on every wall, and there's 4 walls to every room, there's 4 outlets, but there's no, let's say there's no light fixture. This is really common in Arizona. I guess you take a lamp and you plug it in the bottom one, the top one, the bottom one, the top one. You go around until you, because it's going to light up every single time. So you got to switch the switch off and wait till you plug it in where it doesn't turn on, and now you found it. Because the outlets are in pairs, but it's only one of the pair that actually is activated by the switch. So when I had an electrician here, I learned something new, because all the outlets that were in this place were all installed the same. There's no way to tell apart which one is the activated outlet, other than what I just described by determining it. And he said, well, the standard procedure is to turn that outlet upside down. So traditionally the ground would be on the bottom You'd have the 2 slots in the ground on an American outlet. He says on the one that's activated by the switch, we flip, that is the standard electrical protocol to flip that outlet upside down so the ground's on the top so that anybody could walk in and identify that's the outlet controlled by the switch. That makes sense. It wasn't that way, but it's that way now. I had no idea, and it never occurred to me to think of that. I'm like, oh, yeah, brilliant. You know what would be better? Put the outlet in the right way and give me an overhead light. But in the 1970s, they built a lot of homes here in Arizona with no in-ceiling lighting. It cost extra and people didn't want to spend the money. So there's a lot of dark houses. And so you have a lamp in the corner of the room, and that lamp, you think it's going to light up your whole room? No, it lights up the corner really nice. So then you got to get an electrician in, and the electrician has to basically, if they know what they're doing, they can fish an electrical line down to a near outlet to wherever, wherever you want to run the light. They can tap off of that power in a proper junction box, run it with a fishing, we call it a fish line, cut a hole in the ceiling, right? Run the wire to the hole, mount an electrical box in there, pull the electrical cable through, put your fixture up there, and then wire that to the wall switch instead of the outlet. And it can all be done without tearing the walls down. Sometimes they got to make an access hole, and then you can patch it up and paint it later. Sometimes they can do it without that. Depends on the house and how good your electrician is. That's a real talent. And if you've got a vaulted ceiling, so you have no attic, so you have about that much space, they can fish a line through that without having to tear your ceiling down. I've seen people run electrical cable outside the wall to a ceiling fan, and you look at this cable going across the wall. Did you guys do that yourself? Yeah, you can see that. If you have a house that has 2 floors, an electrician would have just gone between the 2 floors and run the cable. But to have a 120 volt line running across your ceiling, that might be the case in an old 1900s house or something like that, where you just can't get through the way they're designed. It's good enough for some people. Electrical boxes, they're a thing. They're kind of important, but home users can do that. Corporations can't do that. I just realized that. There's a lot of things home users do that absolutely defy safety codes, but because they're not getting inspected, the house can theoretically even be sold that way. If the home inspector doesn't notice it, they might not. But if you had a corporate office and your corporate office was wired like that, there's a good chance they're not going to let employees in that building until that's remedied, depending on what your local codes are, electrical codes. It's not there to cost you money, it's there to save lives. And I just realized that. There's a similarity in what people do with their homes and get away with versus a restaurant. Like there's certain things you couldn't do. You can't have like an exposed wire in the kitchen. You got to have smoke detectors. They can't be going chirp every 7 seconds, every 30 seconds. Chirp. They're going to shut your business down. What's good for business is always good for the home user. Even in that case, I had no idea I was going to go there, but I feel a moment of brilliance there. It all ties together. It's all the same. Can you imagine? Can you imagine you're in your dentist's chair, and they're about to go into your mouth with a high-speed drill. And you're trusting that this dentist isn't going to, I don't know, slip with the tool and jab you in the roof of the mouth with it. And while you're there in the chair waiting, you hear chirp, chirp. if they're not going to change a 9-volt battery out of the smoke detector of the dentist office, much like if the screws aren't up and down on the wall outlet, there's a message there that maybe the quality of the dental work is also as careless. It's fine. It's fine. Think about it. My thanks to Richard Angeline and Pratap Gurung, Peter Laycock, Ghost Shadow, Robert Fitzpatrick, Preston McDonald, Desert Scorpion, Thomas Backenstow, Rick Hubbard, Tom Jackson, Wayne Trexler, and Michael Dane for your contributions during the second half of the live feed. It got all screwed up today. I'm sorry things got screwed up today, but I wasn't even going to go live with this because I didn't want to be up this late. But here we are. But it's always fun hanging out with you guys. Thanks so much for hanging out with me. All my friends in blue. Friends that I haven't turned blue yet, I look forward to turning you blue. This is a really cool and amazing community, and I'm so proud that this has become, like, I had no idea when I started this YouTube channel that anything like this would ever happen. And it means the world to me. And I appreciate each and every one of you. So thank you. Am I not in focus? What's going on here? Well, if it hasn't, I guess it's okay. I left it on manual focus. It just now kind of looked blurry to me over on the small screen, but the big screen, it looks okay. I'll fix it later. Hey, lots of squirrels, I realize, sorry. I need a producer, somebody to deal with that stuff. In the meantime, it's obviously real. What you're watching is genuine, it's authentic, and it's live. So I try to be careful. In the meantime, a reminder, Mitch Morrison is here with me tomorrow afternoon. We'll start at 1 p.m. Arizona time to do the Be Quiet build with the AMD 3950X. I hope you'll join us for that. And thank you for all of your support, your kindness to myself, to each other. And I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow afternoon. Until then, bye for now.